Looks like on paper, speed will be the key here for Ottawa University, but also some size and a little bit of toughness added to this Braves football squad. The Braves and Oklahoma Panhandle State have faced off with each other 3 times. The last time was in October of 1994 when Oklahoma Panhandle State beat the Braves 38-35. But Ottawa has won 2 out of the 3 meetings between the 2 schools. Ottawa University looking to come up big this year in the 2020 season, and it has been a strange offseason to say the least, but Ottawa has put things together and is ready to go here this evening on the home turf of Advent Health Field. There's a lot to get to here this evening as we will talk with offensive coordinator Julian Mendez and defensive coordinator Thomas Pearson. We'll also have a couple of player profiles to bring you here this evening. We'll get you your starting lineups for both squads, and we'll have this evening's weather forecast here in Ottawa and so much more. Plus, our fireside chat with head coach Kent Kessinger. You won't want to miss that. But before we can get to that, we've got to take our first break of the evening, and we'll do so now. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football in the Ottawa University Braves pregame show on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
It's never too late to become who you're supposed to be. However, sometimes you may need a little help. Ottawa University can get you there. Their faculty and staff are dedicated to preparing graduates for a lifetime of significance. With dozens of degree programs, including accounting, engineering, human services, and marketing, as well as graduate degrees in business administration and education, Ottawa University will prepare you for whatever or whoever you want to be. Don't wait. Get started today. Find out more by visiting online at ottawa.edu.
Being helpful is what Arvest Bank is all about, and part of being helpful is listening to our customers, which is why Arvest Go, our mobile app, was recently certified by J.D. Power for providing an outstanding mobile banking experience. You can easily pay friends, securely lock and unlock your cards, deposit checks, pay bills, and more. So download Arvest Go today. Arvest Bank, ready to help. Member FDIC. For J.D. Power 2020 certification info, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Welcome back to Ottawa University Braves pregame here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO, KOFO.com, also on OttawaBraves.com. And it's time now to bring the coordinator's corner to the pregame show off of their hit podcast from this last summer. We want to welcome in defensive coordinator Thomas Pearson and offensive coordinator Julian Mendez to the pregame show, and the coordinator's corner now live during pregame. Gentlemen, welcome.
Thanks again for having us, Bob.
Yep, glad to be back. Glad to be back for the pregame love.
Nothing but pregame love right here, as it's maybe the most talked about segment during pregame.
Yeah, I believe it.
So with everything that has gone on, the practices, in a sense, working to keep everyone safe and keep and practice in a new way almost. How have you guys adjusted? And I'll start out with you, Thomas, and then Julian, you can answer that.
The biggest adjustment right now is just like Coach K mentioned is when you look around the optics of everything, making sure guys are separated, make sure guys have masks on, making sure guys are not all over each other, and so just making sure we took care of those optics of things and following protocol best we could. Practice-wise, it's slowed down a little bit. If you know Coach K's offense and the way him and Coach Mendez do things over there, they're going fast. So it slowed things down a little bit. Maybe a little more talking because guys are spread out, but for the most part, we're trying to follow the rules and then hit it hard like we usually do.
Yep. Kind of to piggyback off what Coach Pearson's talking about is the mitigation aspect has been the kind of the craziest thing for us is making sure, all the ducks are in a row, everything's settled in, and Coach K's just harped each day, each week is we're doing all this just to give our guys an opportunity, just to give them a shot to play. We kind of quote unquote sacrifice wearing a mask or doing things a little bit differently, adjusting our practice times so that we have an opportunity. At the end of the day, it's to give our guys that opportunity to play, and our guys are willing to do whatever we can just to get that chance to step on the field on Saturdays.
Well, it definitely seems like the team is bought into this, and the discipline in just being sure that they're wearing their masks, they're staying socially distanced, and it not only just the discipline has been impressive, but it's really done a great job as I don't believe that you've had to deal with a lot of issues with COVID with the football team so far.
No, for the most part, our guys have done a good job of staying clean and staying like Coach Mendez was saying with the mitigation and following the rules and not infecting everybody. So the fact that we've gotten this far, and for some it's a surprise, but the fact that, like Coach Mendez said, we're giving our guys a chance. They're going to get a chance to be one of few teams to play college football this season, this weekend, however you want to look at it and cut it and slice it. So they've been doing a good job.
Yeah, I think they took ownership of it too, and they've been holding each other accountable. If they take their helmets off, making sure they have a different mask to throw on, or making sure that we're taking advantage of cleaning the mask. And then the way we have to do it is a little bit of order as well, is to make sure everything's safe and clean for themselves. And so they've taken a lot of ownership with that. And that's, I definitely give kudos to those guys, because if I was a player, it's tough. And so they definitely have gone through a lot to get to this point.
One thing that I have noticed in the times that I've been around for practice and then just listening to people talk is team speed for both offense and defense is a lot different this year than what it was last year. It really seems like the speed is there.
I definitely agree with that. And it's a fun aspect, obviously, offensively, to see some of the speed that we have. And then I'll throw out with our defense, too, is sometimes it's not as fun to see as much speed as we have on the defense side of the ball, because for my guys up front, it sometimes could be a little too much. So, but as a whole, that's definitely something that we've tried to improve on, and it's a lot of fun being able to see that come to fruition out there in practice.
Yeah, defensively, some of it is having guys that have been in the system now for 3-4 years, and it is now becoming clockwork to those guys. They hear a call, they play the call, and they just get to run around and do what they do. Be the reason, play like the way we brought them out here to do, is run around, be fast, be physical, and get after people with top to bottom. And it's exciting. Offensively, yeah, I know it puts strain on the secondary for us, because they got some smart, quick guys in the slot, and you get guys like CD3 and Foose and a couple newcomers that bounce in there, and they just go. So it's fun. The offense likes to put the ball out in space and make us cover 100 yards by 53, and we got to do that. So it's fun.
So with that change in team speed, and obviously for the defense, for you, Coach Pearson, that's really going to help the sideline to sideline aspect and be able to maybe make some plays in situations where there was some struggles last year.
Yep. It's going to force guys to stretch themselves a little bit. But like I said, with the knowledge that the defense has as a whole, when you get veterans on each level, you get Isaiah Ville and Jacob Garcia up front that have been in the system for 4 years now. You get Kobe Johnson at linebacker and Jalen King at safety, and you get guys to kind of understand all levels of that defense. They really get a chance to echo calls and make calls and checks. And it might not seem like we got everything covered until somebody tries to flirt with that open area of the field, and all of a sudden you got 3 hats, 4 hats there. So they do a really good job of putting everybody on the same page, and we close up windows fairly quick right now, I think.
And for you, Coach Mendez, one of the things last year was, I think, the lack of speed at the wide receiver position, and this year that seems to be a place that is going to be a positive.
Yeah, that's definitely a positive. With some newcomers and with our guys that were in the program, they worked really hard this off season and during a crazy off season, obviously, to get themselves in a better position to now make a dynamic impact on our offense. And obviously, you know, with the way that we run our offense through Coach K's time here, if we got some speed, we got some opportunities to put guys in the bind. And now make, just like Coach P said, is we're going to make guys cover some more ground and put some more things in, which is a lot of fun.
We're going to take a little bit of a halftime here with the Coordinator's Corner on the pregame show. We are going to introduce a new segment to pregame this year with a player profile. So we're going to do that, and then we're going to take a break. And when we come back, it'll be the second half of Coordinator's Corner. We're going to talk about today's opponent, Oklahoma Panhandle State. You're listening to us on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com. This week, one of our player profiles is with Isaiah Veal, the senior defensive lineman from Salina, Kansas, from Salina Central High School. And Isaiah, we appreciate you taking some time out to join us, and welcome to the pregame show.
Appreciate being here. Thank you for having me.
So Isaiah, you're entering into your senior year. You've had a fantastic career at Ottawa University. When you take a look back, what is some of your proudest moments as an Ottawa University Brave?
I think looking back, it's kind of last year, you know, kind of being acknowledged as like a captain was like a big thing for me. I felt like that was a big deal. Just kind of being recognized like by my teammates and my coaches, just being able to take that leadership and kind of just put it into that role was pretty big for me. My sophomore season was the sophomore season when we went 8-2 was phenomenal. There's a bunch of great guys, a lot of fun. And I mean, who doesn't love the game of football when you're just having fun with your guys, you know?
A huge key right there is when you talk about having fun, and so when you think back at some of your fun times, what come to your mind?
Probably my sophomore season when we were playing against St. Mary's, and I wouldn't really say it was a game, but it kind of came down to like a little bit of a crunch time in the fourth quarter, and we were kind of all had our ears pinned back, and we kind of just got after the quarterback, and it was pretty nice. It was just a great feeling, like knowing that, like that group sack just kind of sealed the game, pretty much. So.
And it seems like for you, it is all about team and teammates.
Yeah, I love my guys, man. I mean, they've helped me through a lot because I mean, obviously being a lighter defensive end and whatnot, it's always kind of been a little bit tougher and whatnot, just kind of playing the position. But I mean, I kind of pride myself upon it because, you know, it's just like not everybody can do it, and I'm not going to use my weight and size as like an excuse. I'll put my other talents and my other skills to use, so that way I'm not being underestimated or overlooked.
Well, craftiness is key, especially when you are undersized. What do you attribute to your success? I mean, you mentioned about the undersized, but you've had a great career. Is there anything you can think of that's key?
I would definitely say the weight room has been like a big part of like my success, honestly. Because I think my strength is one of my better like attributes. My coaches just believing in me and telling me like not to like think about it too much and just go out there and just play like how they know I can play and whatnot. And then my friends, man, they just encourage me a lot, and I really appreciate that.
So what are your plans after Ottawa University?
After I graduate, I'm hoping to find either an internship or a graduate assistant spot at another college, possibly Ottawa, for strength and conditioning, because I really love that field. I really just like to go in there and I think it would help me just stay around the sport, stay around athletes, and kind of just help them like I've been helped.
All right, so I'm going to ask you 4 quick questions to wrap this one up. iPhone or Android?
iPhone.
All right. What's the one food that you can't have right now because of football season?
I don't know. I kind of eat everything. So.
Obviously, what Coach K and I have talked about an all-hair team for Ottawa University, and I think you would be part of it, but name another.
Leland McKinney.
Leland McKinney, okay. Isaiah, thank you for taking a few minutes out. It's great to get you on the air, and good luck with the season.
Thank you very much for having me.
This is Eric Price, funeral director at Lamb Roberts Funeral Home in Ottawa, Baldwin City, and Overbrook. Our staff knows the importance of working as a team to take care of you in your time of need. We want to show the youth in our communities that we support their teamwork as well by sponsoring this broadcast. I invite you to visit lamb-roberts.com.
Do you know if your AC is ready to beat the heat this summer? You can find out by calling Adamson Brothers today at 785-242-9273. Adamson Brothers, maintaining your comfort for over 30 years.
When was the last time you gave someone you care about a gift? Just because. It's not their birthday, not a holiday when they would expect it. It's just another day. And they're getting a new set of earrings, a new bracelet, a new ring, recreated from a family heirloom. Just because. It doesn't have to be a special occasion for you to visit Sutton's Jewelry in downtown Ottawa. Their friendly and knowledgeable staff can help you pick out the right gift from their vast selection anytime, even when it's just because. You've got it made at Sutton's Jewelry, 213 South Main.
Back here on Coordinator's Corner doing the Ottawa University Braves pregame show as defensive coordinator Thomas Pearson and offensive coordinator Julian Mendez have joined us. And guys, this is first games are always fun, but also nerve-wracking, especially for coaches, because you really don't know what you're going to get or what you're going to see. For Coach Pearson on the defensive side, all you can go with is what you saw on film from last year. It could be something completely different, and making changes is going to be key to do that on the fly here today.
Absolutely. I think one of the perks or one of the things that I try to build a defense on is being able to adapt to anything an offense gives us. Now, we might not be in the perfect call, but we're going to be in a call that's going to get us to second down or get us to third down. So everything that we have should be able to cover up or mask or compete with whatever the offense wants to throw at us. So I'm confident in the fact, and like I mentioned earlier, having the guys like Kobe Johnson and Isaiah Ville and Jacob Garcia and Jalen King, Devin Johnston, guys that understand the defense and the concepts and they could match up, it makes it confident that we can make those adjustments. This first week, the biggest thing with today is we just got to focus on us. We got to focus on us doing us right. Not too much of what OPSU is trying to do to us, but more so how we run the defense, how we set the tempo, how we set the tone, how we fly around, because that's going to relate to football, period. Regardless of scheme, it's going to be football that we want to play.
Coach Mendez, on the offensive side, it's going to be the same for you. I mean, again, you can see what they were running last year defensive-wise, but you're really not going to know until you get out on the field what you're going to see. And so adjustments are going to be key and will need to be done quickly.
Yep, and that's kind of the benefit, and Coach Pearson kind of hit it right on the head, is I think some people try to get too far out of the box of things and kind of try to do too much. For us and what we've done here, I mean, for Coach K's last 16, 17 years is we're going to run our offense. And that's the way we're going to be able to do things is try not to be anything but us, try to get those things. A lot of people get out of that kind of stigma, and then they kind of stretch themselves too thin. We've just been focusing on doing our assignments, staying within ourselves, and going out and putting Ottawa University offensive football out there. And then really, and we'll adjust to whatever we see. And that's been the point of fall camp and working into getting ready for this game. Is just be us, just like Coach Pearson said, and go out and have some fun.
What do you guys expect to see? Obviously, you have to grab a crystal ball for this one. We'll start with Coach Pearson on the defensive side. What is it that you're going to have to keep an eye on and you're going to have to pay attention to the most?
They're going to have experience returning. So looking at film last year, they were a spread type offense. They like to spread it out, get the ball out in space, create lanes for their running back or quarterback, whoever was running the ball. But they got their top 3 returners at receiver. So they're going to have some experience out there, guys, that the same way that I'm confident in the defense with having experience, they're going to have the same thing on their side. So we're going to have to be prepared to play in space, cover space. They like to play with 11 guys on offense, meaning that the quarterback is always an option as far as running, throwing, anything. They get a chance to let all 11 people be a factor on the field. So we got to, again, like Coach Mendez was saying, we got to make sure we do us well, but they're going to have experience on their side as well.
Coach Mendez on the offensive side, or on facing the defensive side for Oklahoma Panhandle State, what is it that you're going to expect to see and that you guys are going to have to do well?
They're a pretty good coach team. They're really going to get after the ball from what we've seen last year. And they bring back 4 out of their 5 top tacklers. So that's going to be that experience that's there and at 3 different levels with a defensive tackle coming back, 2 linebackers coming back, and a safety coming back in their top 5 tacklers. I mean, that's huge. Just like Coach Pearson was talking about our defense having that knowledge, that's what I'm expecting over there as well. So I shouldn't expect that they're going to be too much of a learning curve if they stay the same. So they're going to try to apply some pressure and bring some stuff for us to see. And that's just like what we talked about, is just staying within our football and not trying to be anything else but us. And I think that's how we'll have success.
Now, I'm not going to ask you to give away anything in particular because I know better than that. I've been around you all long enough to know this. But is there anything people can expect to see maybe a little bit different this year from the offense and the defense? Maybe a little peek under the cover.
Defensively, one thing that we're not going to see is we're not going to see a turnover mask. So with whole COVID restrictions and things like that, I know that's something that our guys were bummed out about because they've been excited the last couple of years to get the opportunity to put on the turnover mask. So that's one thing I know we're not going to see is we're not going to get a chance to see the turnover mask being used. Instead, we're going to reward the guys with a little gold money team bracelet, something that's a little more COVID friendly, and something like that. What you got? What you got for me?
You can't have the turnover mask, but the turnover hand sanitizer.
There you go. There you go.
You've got the bottle on the side. Yes. You can raise it up, couple squirts. There
that
it
might
is.
not be a bad idea,
That's
Bob.
a genius idea.
You might have just done something with that one.
If that happens, I expect to point up to the booth.
You will definitely
on Saturday. Yes.
I'll bang on the booth door. Give you kudos for that one. That's a good one.
The hand sanitizer, I think, should be there. Definitely turnover hand sanitizer. Coach Mendez, how about you?
For us, I think one thing that you will not see from us is you won't see Connor Kagi starting the quarterback. So barring that, I don't know. We could have a whole bag of tricks open. I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. Everybody will see here later tonight, but I know for sure.
Well spoken by a man who went to the Kent Kessinger School of Broadcasting right there. Leave them wanting more by not telling them anything. Guys, I appreciate you taking time out, and good luck with the game today, and we'll talk to you guys again next week.
Thanks for having us, Bob.
Yes, sir. Appreciate you.
We will take a break. Before we do, we're going to have our second player profile here during Ottawa University Braves pregame. After that, we'll take a short break, and then we'll come back, and we will talk to the man himself, the head cheese. It's the return of the Fireside Chats with head coach Kent Kessinger. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO. This Ottawa University player profile, it features Colby Johnson, the 5'10", 211-pound senior from El Dorado, Kansas, a linebacker for Ottawa University, played his high school ball in El Dorado, and Colby has earned second-team All-KCAC honors last season. He was first team in 2018, and Colby looks to make a mark here in 2020 as he joins us for this player profile. Colby, welcome.
How's it going, Bob?
Doing well, and happy that you could join us. Talk about your favorite memory as an Ottawa University Brave football player.
I think my favorite memory probably has to be my sophomore year. We went to Sterling. We played at Sterling, and it was a battle all the way through. I think score was up towards the 50s, and we battled all the way through. And they sent us as a defense back out onto the field, and we made a pretty big stop against their offense. Gave the ball back to our offense, and they went down and threw a last-second touchdown. And I tell you what, it was nervous, but that was probably one of my favorite memories there.
So when you were deciding on a school, what brought you to Ottawa University? What made you say this was the place for me?
When I was on my recruiting and all that stuff, it just when I took my visit to Ottawa, it was just the atmosphere. I mean, the way Coach K explained, the success that they had and how he treats the players and all that is just something that I hadn't really seen. And when I came on my visit, it was like definitely something I want to be a part of. And another big reason for me was Coach Pearson was a big factor in that. He came in and he told me what I was good at, what I needed to improve at, and where he kind of saw me fitting in the defense. And so that was, after that moment, I knew, hey, this is the place that I want to be at, and I want to look to succeed at. So.
And as far as a student at Ottawa University, what have you enjoyed the most?
I think for me, it's just been the relationships with my professors, and obviously they know me as a student athlete, on the field and how busy I am, but I also get to know them in the classroom and also out of the classroom. I'm pretty good relationships with most of my professors, and the ability to build those on as I've gone into my senior year this year is something that I've really enjoyed, because it's not necessarily just being in the classroom, it's also they're checking up on me and see how I'm doing. So.
How have you adjusted with everything going on this year with COVID and, are we going to play? Are we not going to play? Oh, here's our schedule. Now that changes. Now we're going back. How have you adjusted to all that?
It's definitely been tough, because going in the spring, I think we got in 3 practices before we got shut down, and then it was really difficult even just something as simple as working out. It was a lot of push-ups and at-home workout type of deal to, try to stay in the best of shape. But something that I've just kind of continued to tell myself, as we've gone through it, is I just kind of focus on, today, or what's right in front of me, because as I've seen and as we've all seen, anything can happen. So, just as we've gone into fall camp and practice, is just you're focusing on the practice and what I've got in front of me today, not necessarily about tomorrow, because you never know. But it's definitely been a bit of an adjustment, but as we've gotten into it, I've gotten pretty confident and pretty comfortable with, just taking it day by day. So,
what excites you the most about this season?
What excites me, I think we have a good group of guys, especially in our senior class, guys that have been here since I've been here, and I think I think all of us are hungry for, obviously last year didn't go exactly the way we wanted it to, and I think for a majority of us, we want to go out on that right note. And so I'm excited for the team we got this year. Even some of the young guys that we've got, even just a couple weeks I've seen them. I mean, we're just the mentality of this year's team is different than it has been in past years. So I'm excited to kind of get into gameplay and stop hitting our own guys.
So when everything is said and done at Ottawa University, you grab that diploma and you walk across the stage. What's the future hold for you?
That's a question I've asked myself pretty often here soon. And, I'm not 100% sure. I do know one thing. I want to stay around the game of football, whether that's coaching or, even something like a strength and conditioning, just something that keeps me around players and that atmosphere. So I'm not 100% sure what that is going to be, but I know that hopefully that's somewhere in my near future. So.
All right, Colby, we appreciate you taking time out and joining us and letting everybody get to know the linebacker for Ottawa University a little bit better. Good luck with the season, and I look forward to talking to you again soon.
Of course. Thanks, Bob. Appreciate it.
It's never too late to become who you're supposed to be. However, sometimes you may need a little help. Ottawa University can get you there. Their faculty and staff are dedicated to preparing graduates for a lifetime of significance. With dozens of degree programs, including accounting, engineering, human services, and marketing, as well as graduate degrees in business administration and education, Ottawa University will prepare you for whatever or whoever you want to be. Don't wait. Get started today. Find out more by visiting online at ottawa.edu. Providing the finest barbecue around, Smoked Creations at 222 East Logan in Ottawa. A proud sponsor of Ottawa University Braves football. Dine in or order for pickup by calling 785-242-4227.
Advent Health Ottawa is keeping you safe by having all team members and visitors wear masks, practice social distancing strategies, taking temperature checks, and utilizing enhanced deep cleaning procedures. Your assistance and understanding are greatly appreciated because at Advent Health Ottawa, nothing is more important than you.
Back here on Ottawa University Braves pregame here on 1220 and 103.7 FM. I'm Bob Johnson. Casey Weeder will join us in a little bit, but joining us now is our annual tradition. Every year, every game, we sit down with the mad scientist himself for our fireside chats to talk about today's game. And joining us is head coach Ken Kessinger.
How you doing, Bob?
Doing fantastic, Coach. It's going to be a beautiful day for some football.
Yeah, it's right now it's kind of sunny. Temperature's not too bad. A little bit more windy than I anticipated right now, but I understand that's going to drop a little bit. But it's not too bad. It looks like it's going to be a beautiful day.
And with that, you get to open at home, which is quite nice, and you just get to play. That right there in itself is absolutely a big deal. There's a lot of teams not able to say that right now.
That's for sure. I mean, I talked to our guys, about it a lot, but then I also talked to them again yesterday and today. The fact that they get an opportunity to do something that not a whole lot of teams are doing, not a whole lot of schools are doing. You don't have any Division IIIs playing right now in the NCAA. You don't have any Division IIs playing at all. I think FBS is down to 77 teams that actually can play. So it's an opportunity for us, and hopefully these guys take full advantage of it.
And that right there is a big deal. You got to take full advantage because you never know. Next week's not guaranteed right now.
No, that's it's exactly. I mean, those are the words I basically used with our guys. I go, we get to play today, but we're not guaranteed that we'll get to play next week. And so to take every opportunity to do the best that you possibly can, and make sure that you're giving your full effort every single play, because it could be the last one that we get.
Some fresh faces on this Ottawa University squad coming into this year. Obviously, new starting quarterback, and we'll see a couple of quarterbacks here this evening play. But Eugene Santerling is right now listed as the starter, a grad transfer from Central Methodist. And what does he bring to the table that people should be excited about?
Well, Eugene is he's a good tall quarterback. He's more of a pocket guy, like we've had in the past. He's got I think he's got pretty decent arm strength. He's not gonna kill it, big, long, deep balls and that sort of thing like maybe a Bobby Adamson that we had a couple of years ago. But, he's been fairly good in the decision processes that he's made so far in our 24, 25 practices that we've had all together. And so hopefully we can carry that out again tonight when we're playing. It's just good decision, being able to get the ball to our playmakers, because I think that we surround our quarterbacks with some guys that can break plays this year, as opposed to maybe some of the things that we did in the last couple of years. We have a lot more, I think, speed availability than we have had in the past.
Well, especially in the wide receiver side, which at times I think was a little bit of an Achilles heel last year. There's just not as much speed as I think you guys would have liked.
Yeah, it was definitely where we had some, but some of it wasn't as effective as we needed. And, Colton Davis was probably our quickest guy, and he's still a pretty quick, savvy player for us at the receiver position. But he's somebody that I think that now he moves into part. He's like third or fourth fastest guys, and he was pretty quick for us.
Who's another guy on the wide receiver side? Of course, we know about Dylan Foose, what he's going to bring. Who else should we keep an eye on out here?
Well, I think it's going to be interesting in our different sets. So take a look at Jaquez Snell. I mean, it's going to be his first college game, but he can be lightning in a bottle. So can Jermaine Ziegler. So when we go to a four-wide situation, we'll have both those guys in with probably Foose and Davis and a Mayo kind of rotating at the outside receivers. I think that particularly those new guys, I think take a look at those guys and see, with the Mayo, he had our opening touchdown of the year last year. He's somebody that we're going to count on. He's been one of the guys that's gone through the quarantines and all the different things from people that he's been around, so he hasn't had as many practices, so he's right now kind of in a backup role, but he's going to get a lot of good reps too. We're going to play a lot of guys, I think, on offense, particularly our receivers and running backs.
Defensively, a lot of speed, a lot of guys who want to go out and hit, but with COVID and that, there's not been a lot of practice when it comes to tackling at times. Is there a concern with that? I hope not. We've not ever tackled a lot to the ground as part of our offense versus defense stuff. And that's basically because we're not always as deep as we want to be within the regards to the guys that are going to make a significant contribution in the game. We might have 100 guys out, but at the same time, your depth is always a little bit limited. At the level that we're working with the guys, and so that being said, we don't do a lot of it, but we do a lot of 11 on 11. So far this year, we keep it to about 12 minutes a time. So we're doing the proper social distancing and the mitigation and all that other stuff. But we try not to have long, extended periods of time where we're together going 11 on 11. But we do it every day. We have at least 2 or 3 sessions throughout the practice that we're doing different situations. So hopefully those things are taken care of by doing that. And you got an opponent here tonight in Oklahoma Panhandle State that really is going to be a question mark. All you have to go off of is what you saw last year, but just like with Ottawa University, there's some different pieces, and of course with the new year, sometimes some new changes.
Yeah, we can take our best guess off of the film that we've had a chance to evaluate. I know that their head football coach, I've known Coach Majeski for quite a while. He's a defensive coach, so from the offensive perspective, I think we feel pretty good about what we're going to face. But offensively, their offense, they could be completely different from what we've seen. I think that they have a new guy quarterback from last year. I think their other one transferred out, but it could be completely different. It could be the same stuff. I told our guys, in the end, we got to run our stuff, and we got to make adjustments as we go through it. So whether that's offense or defense or special teams, we got to run our stuff. We got to block our blocks. We got to tackle and fill holes and, be gaps bound on defense, and special teams, we just need to fly around and make plays.
Well, and this team has some athletes on it, but then also some youth, kind of like Ottawa University.
Yeah.
So you've got two teams who are going to be playing some young kids here this evening.
Yeah, definitely. I think on their defensive side of the football, I believe it's about 8 or 9 guys that are freshmen, or sophomores or freshmen. I think most of them are freshmen as their backups is what they list in their 2 deep, and we're the same way. We're going to start 2 freshmen on the offensive line, and then we got a lot of backups that are new to our program, and so we're as a coaching staff, we're understanding that we're going to probably have some jitters and a couple of mistakes, but we've tried to keep the game plans both offensively and defensively pretty straightforward, pretty cut back, and hopefully there's a little bit of excitement for us that we're going to be able to build in some of this stuff, but it's pretty close to the vest as our number of plays.
Do you kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Kind of schedule out what you're going to do for so many plays?
Yeah, I script a series. I tell our quarterbacks, I got about 44 plays that I script from everything from first down, second down, third and medium, third and long. And a first down play can be a second down play. A second down play can be a first down play. We could run a third down play on first down, but for the most part, I try to go through the script and say, all right, these are the plays that we've had the most practice on, that our quarterbacks feel the most comfortable, our receivers feel the most comfortable, and we block the best. And let's start off with those. And you get into games, particularly early season, and you might not see a whole lot of diversity in the play calling to start off with. But as we feel comfortable and we can make adjustments, then we try to make adjustments through that game. But obviously that'll hopefully increase because I like to be able to throw a couple new wrinkles in every week for the people to be able to try to figure out.
Well, it wouldn't be a Kent Kessinger-led team if there wasn't some wrinkles thrown in every week.
Yeah, we definitely like to keep people on their heels.
Well, Coach, I appreciate you taking time out to talk to us here this evening as we get ready for the kickoff, and good luck. We tend to have an interview after the ball game, and it'd be nice to talk about a victory here tonight.
Yeah, I look forward to it. I think our kids are ready, and it's just going to be fun being able to get out there and play some football against somebody else. That's what our guys are going to look forward to is, getting out and playing against somebody else.
That's head coach Kent Kessinger. We appreciate him joining us here on Ottawa University Braves pregame. When we come back, we'll have your starting lineups. We'll get you tonight's weather. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM, KOFO and KOFO.com.
With thousands of locally owned Napa stores across the nation, chances are that wherever you call home, we do too. And that's why you can find us in big cities, small towns, and everywhere in between, doing what we've always done to help keep our local communities moving forward. So whether you stop by a Napa Auto Parts store, Auto Care Center, or visit us at Napa online, you can count on Napa know-how.
When everything is changing, you need a store that's a constant. A store that has the brands your family loves and the value that you need. A store where you can stock up, pick up, and drive up. A store that's close to home and feels like home. A store that puts the health and safety of you and your family above all else. And a store that's always here to help. At Kohl's, we don't know what next year will look like. We just know that we'll be here for you no matter what. Kohl's, here today, here to stay. See store or Kohls.com for details.
Welcome back to Ottawa University Braves pregame here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO, KOFO.com, also on OttawaBraves.com with live audio and live video of tonight's matchup between Ottawa University and Oklahoma Panhandle State. We're happy you're with us here this evening as we get you ready for kickoff. And with it being the opening night of the season, let's get you introduced to tonight's starting offense.
Arnold Mendoza, right tackle, Corpus Christi, Texas. Joseph Ayers, right tackle, Clarksville, Arkansas. Trevor Concher, center, Ogden, Utah.
Jackson Knight, offensive lineman, Silent Springs, Arkansas.
Edward Taylor, left tackle, San Francisco, California.
Gregory McMahon, tight end, Oakdale, California.
Colton Davis, wide receiver, Newton, Kansas.
Dylan Foose, Dayton, Kansas.
Jaquay Snell, star receiver, Atlanta, Georgia.
Garrett Curtis, running back, Tampa, Florida.
Eugene St. Helene, Hollywood, Florida, quarterback.
And now here is Ottawa University's starting defense for this evening.
Isaiah Veal, defensive end, Salina, Kansas.
Jacob Garcia, D-tackle, Corpus Christi, Texas.
Aaron Schumann, D-line, Wellington, Kansas.
Keaton Rickard, outside linebacker, Tonganoxie, Kansas.
Jensen Riffle, linebacker, Lincolnville, Kansas. Colby Johnson, El Dorado, Kansas, linebacker.
Samad Ali, DB, Detroit, Michigan.
Devin Johnston, DB, Leavenworth, Kansas.
Jalen King, defensive back, Huntsville, Alabama.
Grant Goldman, defensive back, Bastrop, Texas.
Jan Colo, cornerback, Olathe, Kansas.
Now that we've had an opportunity to meet Ottawa University starters, let's get you a look at Oklahoma Panhandle State's starters here for this evening. Starting for the Aggies and with the offensive line at left tackle, a 6'1", 275-pound junior from Brownsville, Texas, Derek Smith. At left guard, a 6'5", 320-pound junior from Stroud, Oklahoma, Billy Ellick. At center, a 6'2", 270-pound freshman from Vacaville, California, Kenny Ryan. Starting right guard, a 6'1", 315-pound freshman from McIntyre, Georgia, Tracy Todd. And the starting right tackle, a 6'4", 320-pound senior from Dallas, Texas, Zion Bird. Starting wide receivers, a senior, 5'11", 182-pounder from Hampton, Georgia, Chris Daly. Senior, 6 foot, 185-pounder from Amarillo, Texas, Seth Barbarino. And your other starting wide receiver, a 6'2", 162-pound junior from Jackson, Mississippi, Jayshon Brown. Your starting tailback, a 5'11", 205-pound senior from Vernon, Texas, Danny Valverde Jr. Your starting tight end, a 6'3", 230-pound senior from Frisco, Texas, Jared Thomas. And starting at quarterback for the Aggies, a 6'2", 235-pound sophomore from Warner Robins, Georgia, Sean Cumby. Now let's take a look at the defensive side of the ball for the Aggies. Starting at defensive end, a 6'5", 220-pound senior from Levelland, Texas, Braden Price. At nose guard, a 5'10", 275-pound freshman from Cedar Hill, Texas, Ryan DeHorney. At defensive tackle, a 5'10", 245-pound junior from Killeen, Texas, 245 pounds, Matt Hernandez. Your linebackers, a 6'2", 218-pound senior from Memphis, Tennessee, Anthony Taylor. A 5'10", 225-pound sophomore from Boston, Massachusetts, Malachi Green Hightower. And a 5'10", 200-pound junior from New Orleans, Louisiana, Daquan Charles. The secondary will look like this. At corner, a 6 foot, 175-pound senior from Detroit, Michigan, Antonio Vaughn. And a 5'10", 170-pound sophomore from Houston, Texas, Joshua Stolivan. Your defensive backs, a 6 foot, 185-pound junior, Jaquavian Daniels, and a 5'10", 170-pound senior, Lasimba Young from Jackson, Mississippi. The free safety will be a 5'9", 160-pound junior from Houston, Texas, Warren Dillon. So that's a look at your starting lineups for both the Ottawa University Braves and for the Oklahoma Panhandle State University Aggies. Let's get you caught up on some weather here this evening. And as game time approaches, we expect the temperature to be in about the mid to upper 70s it should be a perfect night for football here in Ottawa. There is a 10% chance of showers before 7. Just throwing that out there, mainly because there's a slight chance. Otherwise, mostly clear. And expecting a west wind around 5 miles per hour. It should calm down as the evening goes on. Wind may be coming out of the south when this game starts at about 10 miles an hour shouldn't cause too much of a trouble. But of course, as we mentioned, the possibility of a stray shower, the National Weather Service out of Topeka is just a short-term outlook. Just really the slight edge of east central Kansas, a possible shower between 4 and 8 o'clock this evening. And when game time hits, we'll be right at 6 o'clock. So, I mean, slight chance, but more than likely probably will not happen. We will take our final break of the evening here for the Ottawa University Braves pregame show. And when we come back, we'll tie this one up in one neat little bow as we get ready for the kickoff between Ottawa University and Oklahoma Panhandle State. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves pregame on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Looking for a great after-school program? Check out the ORC's Entertainment U. Mr. Matt is excited to offer tutoring and activities for kindergartners through 5th graders. Register online or in person, and be sure to check us out on Facebook. Ottawa Recreation Commission, bringing recreation to life.
Join Macy's in support of Girls Inc. throughout the month of September. Here's how you can help. Make a donation today at Macy's.com and also give back when you shop at any Macy's store. Round up your purchase amount and donate your extra change, up to 99 cents, to Girls Inc. Your donation will help fund life-changing mentoring experiences to inspire girls across the country to be strong, smart, and bold. Make your donation to Girls Inc. today at Macy's stores and Macy's.com/Macy's Gives.
Back here for our final segment for Ottawa University Braves football. Casey Weeder will be with us here in just a little bit. I'm Bob Johnson. We're at Advent Health Field for tonight's matchup between Ottawa University and Oklahoma Panhandle State. And we are happy that you can join us here for this one this evening. Of course, as we mentioned, these two teams have met 3 times in the past. Ottawa University is 2-1 in those overall meetings. The first meeting was all the way back on October 22nd, 1955 in Goodwell, Oklahoma, where the Braves won 27-20. It wasn't until 1994 when these two teams met again, and the Braves were, it was 93 until these teams played again, and Ottawa won that one 30-26. But the following year, it was Oklahoma Panhandle State picking up the victory at 38-35. Braves are picked by the coaches to finish 8th in the KCAC, in the media poll 7th. Number 1 overall for both was Kansas Wesleyan, followed by Bethel, then Avila and Sterling, Tabor and Southwestern. McPherson picked 7th in the coaches poll. McPherson picked 8th in the media poll. And then in the rest of the coaches polls round out Friends, Bethany, and St. Mary, and the rest of the media poll, Bethany, Friends, and St. Mary. So the Braves looking to pick up a victory here with this season opener. They've won 2 in a row. Last year they defeated Southwestern on the road 35-34, then defeated Bethel in 2018 42-12 out in North Newton. The last time the Braves won a home contest, a home opening contest, was back on August 28th of 2010 when they defeated Baker 24-14. So the Braves hoping to find some positives here this evening and come away with their first home victory in 20 years as far as a home opener. So a lot riding on this one here this evening as Ottawa and Oklahoma Panhandle State get ready to play. Let's run you through the list of games tonight in the KCAC. Now, we do have one postponement, Bethany at St. Mary. That has been postponed. Some issues with St. Mary and testing with COVID-19. So there are some questions out there, with how things are going to go with this. But as of right now, Bethany and St. Mary postponed. The rest of the action in the conference will start off at 6 o'clock tonight, just like this one will. Tabor will be on the road at Southwestern. McPherson will be on the road at Sterling. Avila travels to North Newton to take on Bethel. And then Friends has an unenviable task of taking on the nationally ranked number 6 in the nation, by the way, Kansas Wesleyan Coyotes. As we will bring you updates on those games as the evening goes on. And we are happy that you are here for this one. Want to let everybody know, even though the game hasn't started, coming up at the half, we will talk with women's flag football coach Liz Sowers. We're going to discuss the women's flag football program and how she's building that from the ground up. And then we're going to find out where is Bobby Adamson and what he's doing now, as we will talk with him about how things have gone for him after Ottawa University's playing days. So you'll certainly not want to miss that during the half. This is going to wrap it up for us here for Ottawa University Braves pregame. We appreciate you joining us as we get ready for the kickoff between Ottawa and Oklahoma Panhandle State University. Casey Weeder will be with us here in just a couple of minutes. He is downfield side right now taking a look at things and getting an eye on Ottawa University and seeing how he's kind of getting a feel. Of course, Weeder, a former kicker for the Braves, so he knows what game day prep is all about, and he is kind of scouting things, and we'll talk with him when he comes back up to the booth. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football here on 1220 and 103.7 FM, KOFO, and KOFO.com.
Join Macy's in support of Girls Inc. throughout the month of September. Here's how you can help. Make a donation today at Macy's.com and also give back when you shop at any Macy's store. Round up your purchase amount and donate your extra change, up to 99 cents, to Girls Inc. Your donation will help fund life-changing mentoring experiences to inspire girls across the country to be strong, smart, and bold. Make your donation to Girls Inc. today at Macy's stores and Macy's.com/Macy's Gives.
And now more Straight Talk from Straight Talk. The big wireless companies say they're the only way to get the best coverage.
Because they've got like a gajillion cell towers?
Something like that. But Straight Talk Wireless runs on those same towers, so you get the same great networks for up to 50% less.
I wonder if they're counting that one in Kickapoo, Kansas.
Oh boy. Switch today and get our unlimited plan for just $45 a month with 25 gigs at high speeds and no contract. Straight Talk Wireless, only at Walmart.
Savings may vary. See straighttalk.com. Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
Live at Advent Health Field, I'm Bob Johnson. Next to me, the greatest tag team partner in broadcasting history, Mr. Casey Weeder. Casey, I'm excited for this season. A lot of excitement around this Braves team, and a big test here this evening.
Oh, you're exactly right, Bob. It's great to be out here. A month or two ago, if you told me we'd be in this spot right now, I probably wouldn't believed you. But it's great to see the Braves out here in the all black tonight, taking on Oklahoma Panhandle State. Both clubs coming off tough seasons a year ago. Both teams starting new quarterbacks tonight. Who is going to make the first big play? And we'll find out here on kickoff as the Braves will kick it away.
Well, I think that's a big key right there. Tonight's going to be about big plays, and I think special teams, that's going to be a big deal.
And Ottawa putting what many would say is their strong suit on the field first, with the defense coming out to face the Aggies. But last year kickoff at times, Bob, was an adventure. The first time we get to see Michael Corrales out there, the preseason All-KCAC kicker, to get things started.
Corrales, a junior, 5'6", 170 pounds, from San Jose, California. Back will be Emil Kola and also Dre Davis. Kick is away, line drive. It'll back up and go into the end zone as it flies over the head of Dre Davis. And so it'll be a touchback as we get ready for our first offensive play of the evening.
And Bob, looking at the flags, just kind of wisping a little bit doesn't look like there's a whole lot of wind, but walking on the field before the game, probably a good 10 to 15 mile an hour wind. Corrales with some wind at his back, but able to boot it out of the end zone and send the defense out there to defend at their at the Oklahoma Panhandle State 25.
So it'll be 1st and 10 for Oklahoma Panhandle State. And back there will be Sean Gumby. He's a sophomore, 6'2", 235-pounder from Warner Robins, Georgia. He's going to fake the handoff. He's in trouble, and he gets a hand on him by the Braves defense. He's definitely in trouble. He's going to get rid of it. It'll be out of play, thrown here to the near side, incomplete. But that Braves defensive line had several paws all over him.
One person that was tracking there was Isaiah Veal. Last year took on a lot of double teams. He came from the backside, putting pressure on Cumby. Nice job by Cumby to keep his legs, keep his eyes downfield, and just get rid of it, avoid a big loss.
At tailback, it's Danny Valverde Jr. He's right behind the quarterback. He'll take the handoff, go right up the middle on 2nd and 10. Up across the 25, the line of scrimmage. He'll gain a yard to the 26 before being swallowed whole.
Freshman Jensen Riffle placed into the starting lineup here yesterday, and he makes his first tackle in Ottawa. 6 foot, 210-pound freshman from Lincolnville, Kansas.
So they'll bring up 3rd and 9 from the 26 of Oklahoma Panhandle State. Just underway, 14:20 to go, first quarter. Shotgun for Cumby. 3 receivers near side. They'll swing it out. It's going to be taken by Valverde. He gets across the 30, up near the 35. He has first down yardage to the 36 on a little dump off to the near side.
Colby Johnson right in the face of Cumby. Tried to get his hands up. Cumby threw it right between them. Found his running back in the flat. Ottawa taking Gamble, blitzing Johnson off the edge, and Cumby makes him pay.
So a gain of 10, and it'll make it 1st and 10 from the 36 of the Aggies. Pistol look. Cumby wants to throw it. He's going to swing it. It'll be low, and it will be caught at the 40-yard line of the Aggies. On that reception, Seth Barbarino.
All 3 starting receivers from a year ago, Bob, back with this club. Their starting quarterback not here, but Cumby so far looking comfortable, completing 2 of his first 3.
So it'll be 2nd down, 6 from the 40 of the Aggies, who are in the all-gray unis. Pistol look again. Cumby will look far side, slings it. It'll be caught. And getting away from a would-be tackler, tripling up over the first down marker up to the 47 on the far side of the field. And that looked like that was that was Barbarino again.
And Barbarino brought down by the freshman Grant Goldman, starting at free safety. The freshman, 5'11", 170 from Bastrop, Texas.
Gain of 8 makes it 1st and 10 from the 48 of the Aggies. Ball at the far hash. This time a handoff. The Braves will say nope, as Valverde was swallowed whole quickly and driven backwards. That's going to be a loss back to the 45 of 3.
That's your preseason all-conference defensive tackle, Jacob Garcia, 6 foot 250 junior from Corpus Christi, going up against a freshman center and Kenny Ryan. And that's going to be a big matchup to watch all night. If Garcia can beat him off the line, he's going to put a lot of pressure on Cumby.
We'll make it 2nd down, 13 from the 45 of the Aggies. Shotgun Cumby. He's going to keep it himself. Gets away from a tackler. Has open room across midfield. Rumbles across the 40 of Ottawa and brought down to the 36 on the far side of the field.
One Aaron Showman's going to want back right in the face of Cumby. He held that ball inside the running back's stomach for as long as he could. Showman ends up tackling the running back. Cumby takes off, picks up big yardage.
Gain of 20. And it's 1st and 10 inside Braves territory at the 35. Cumby with the back behind him, 2 receivers to each side of the field. They'll hand it off up the middle, and up to picking about 2.5 yards goes Valverde before taking a shot and then being dropped. They'll mark it right at the 33.
And Grant Goldman introducing himself quickly to Valverde. And I think Goldman might have gotten a couple of his teammates too. Coming up limping after that play for the Braves was Keaton Rickard. And a little shook up, seems to be okay, but Goldman coming down from that free safety position, lowering the boom.
So it'll be 2nd and 8 from the 33 of Ottawa. Cumby fakes the handoff, sends it out near side, caught by the tight end, and brought down at the 30. Great job of tackling Thomas was the secondary.
Yeah, Devin Johnston, who had to move from safety down to corner. Some players for the Braves unable to get cleared by the NAI today. So making that transition, has played corner before. Easy move for the Braves there defensively, but Johnston keeping contained, not getting caught on that play action and making the tackle on the tight end.
3rd and 5, another third down situation. Cumbie again wants to throw it to the tight end, but leads him too far. Thomas on the far side of the field. That'll be incomplete. It'll bring up 4th down.
Braves brought Rickard on the blitz as he's moved into that Brave position, kind of a floater in that 3-3-5. Sometimes he'll drop as a extra defender on the secondary. Sometimes he'll play in a linebacker position. Came free on a blitz, put pressure on Cumbie. The tight end was open, just thrown a little too far, and looks like the Aggies are going for it here on 4th down.
The 4th and 5, the 11th play of the drive. Cumbie shotgun it back to his right side. 2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. It'll be Francis. Now Cumbie maybe changing the play. 5 on the play clock. Cumbie wants to throw. He's in trouble. Now rolls out far side, looks, throws, fires, and incomplete. Braves had a beat on it, but I think we have a flag for roughing the passer. And so this will probably give the Aggies a 1st down if that's what it is.
I think you're right, Bob, and it's going to be on Rickard for going low on the quarterback, trying to protect the knees and ankles. You think back to that Tom Brady injury suffered against the Chiefs where he tore his ACL, and one that is really going to cost Ottawa here. It's going to give the Aggies, they will give that signal for roughing the passer, keeps the drive alive. It would have been a turnover on downs, and now the Aggies into Ottawa's red zone.
So Cumbie, who is 4 of 6 so far on this drive, will have it 1st and 10 from the 15 of Ottawa on that 15-yard penalty.
Cumbie 4 of 6 on this drive.
Shotgun. Cumbie has 3 receivers far side on 1st and 10 from the 15 of Ottawa. Makes a man miss, but he's able to trip him up by the shoelace as Cumbie dives across the 15 to the 14.
Jensen Riffle in on the tackle. Colby Johnson got a piece of him, but Cumbie weighing in at 6 foot 235. From here, looking more probably around the lines of 245, maybe 250, and a quarterback change here.
Casey Crandall will be in now, the 5'9" freshman from Winfield, Kansas. A little bit shorter.
Maybe look for a sprint option here, Bob. Get Crandall on the outside, has a little bit more speed.
3 receivers to the far side, including Barbarino, 1 ear to the near side. And that is what Crandall will do. He brings it around to the near side, wants to bounce it outside as he gets up near the 10, and that's where they will mark it at the 10 of Ottawa.
Crandall had a herd of blockers to that right side. Colby Johnson able to come up. He was 1-on-3, beat that triple team, forcing Crandall to pick up minimal yardage. That should have been a touchdown.
This is 3rd and 5 coming up, the 3rd time on this drive that Ottawa has had a 3rd down situation, and they have not been able to get off the field, which was an issue with this defense a year ago. 9:40 to go, 1st quarter, 1st drive, and it's 3rd and 5 from the Braves 10 at the near hash mark. Pistol look, now man in motion, and it's going to be kept by the quarterback. Coming back in is Cumbie, and he's just going to scoot right through to the end zone as the Braves look absolutely confused, and he was untouched.
All 4 defensive linemen blow by the lineman, and usually when they let you go that easy, means it's either a draw or the quarterback's going to take off, and just like that, Aggies lead 7-0. Ottawa should have been on offense there. That roughing the passer really cost them.
So on for the extra point will be Matthew Lopez, the 6-foot freshman from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, left-footed kicker, just like the man to my right was for Ottawa University, Casey Weeder. Snap is good, kick is away, that's going to split the piping, it's good. 7-0 Aggies, 9:26 to play, 1st quarter, and we'll take a 30-second timeout. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
With thousands of locally owned Napa stores across the nation, chances are that wherever you call home, we do too. And that's why you can find us in big cities, small towns, and everywhere in between, doing what we've always done to help keep our local communities moving forward. So whether you stop by a Napa Auto Parts store, Auto Care Center, or visit us at Napa online, you can count on Napa know-how.
So on the board on their 1st drive of the season, Oklahoma Panhandle State, 7-0 on a 10-yard touchdown run by Sean Cumbie. He made that one look way too easy.
See if Ottawa can respond. Bob should have been off the field. Instead, they give up 6 points. And then the extra point, and see if Ottawa can get some going in the return game.
Kick is away by Lopez. It'll be taken at the 16 by Ottawa University. A little bit of room to run across the 45-40. He's across midfield and into Oklahoma Panhandle State University territory. And that looked like that was Jermaine Ziegler. He is a guy that we have been told to keep an eye out for here this evening, and he has speed to burn.
Talk about speed. Ziegler transfer from Butler County Community College, and watching his film this offseason, Bob, he can burn. Had a couple kickoff returns for touchdowns for the Grizzlies last year, and a guy that when he gets out, he blew by his man up front, didn't even get a block from his up back, and ended up finding big yardage.
So 1st and 10 from the Aggie 40, high snap, they'll hand it off. And across the 35-30, 25-20, 15, makes a man miss, bulldozes across the 20, and down near the 5 goes the running back for Ottawa University, Derek Curtis, redshirt freshman from Brandon, Florida.
Transfer from Jacksonville University, FCS, and Ottawa moving quickly here.
So 1st and goal now from the 7. Again, a handoff to Curtis. He bounces off the line, and he keeps his legs going forward as he'll get up to the 4 for a gain of 3.
We'll see if Ottawa goes back. No, they're actually going to make a change here. At quarterback, Colton Davis going back. I was going to say, run that same play. Aggie's really keying on Curtis here early on. Just let your quarterback keep it. Sanderling would have walked into the end zone.
So the Braves will split out 2 here to the near side. That includes Foose, along with Jaquez Snell, another man to keep an eye on, a single receiver far side. And Davis now in at quarterback with 1 back to the left of him. High snap, Davis will keep it, brings it near side, makes a man miss, and he'll be brought down, no gain, as he will be brought down at the line of scrimmage. They may say he lost a yard back to the 5.
And we mentioned the freshman snapper for Oklahoma Panhandle State. Ottawa has one of their own in Trevor Contra, and that snap got away from him. Sanderling back in the game. 3rd down and 5, Bob, and Ottawa can pick up 2 or 3. I think Kay really thinks about going for this on 4th down, but you'd rather score here on 3rd.
3rd and goal from the 5, back in a Sanderling. Left hash mark, he's going to sling it. Caught! Touchdown near side, Colton Davis. And the Braves are on the board just like that.
The only spot that Sanderling could have put that, as Davis fading away towards the pylon, low and away, where he either makes the catch or it's incomplete. The cornerback right on top of him. Really was good coverage, but just a good ball there from Eugene.
Low, well placed. And the Braves are on for the extra point.
Ottawa missing, it looks like at least 2 or 3 players right now on the extra point. They got 10 seconds.
And we always talked about special teams being...
Don't want to burn a timeout here, Bob, they got 1 second.
Kick is up, kick is away, and it is true. We're tied at 7:51 to go. First quarter. We'll take a 30-second timeout. You're listening to Braves football on 1220 at 103.7 FM, KOFO, and KOFO.com.
Kramer Pharmacy knows that right now it's all about safety and convenience. Hi, this is Laura Hibberts reminding you that you can park out front and call 242-0240 and we'll bring your prescription out or pick up your written script to be filled. We also want you to know about our new Saturday hours from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. You can still get the same weekday service from 9 to 7, and if you still aren't ready to get out and about, you can always take advantage of our free delivery service. Kramer Pharmacy open 9 to 7 weekdays and Saturday from 9 to 2 at 134 South Main in downtown Ottawa.
7-7 here, 7:51 to go first quarter. It's 6-0 Kansas Wesleyan over Friends. They're getting ready for the extra point. Sterling up 6-0 on McPherson. They're going for the extra point. And we're waiting on information for the Southwestern Tabor game and Bethel and Avila.
Those 2 teams leading right now. Ottawa we'll see in the next 2 weeks. Sterling comes here next Saturday. Braves will be in Salina the week after. But great signs on that first drive. Sanderling keeping his composure. We saw Derek Curtis on a big run, and then the pass to Colton Davis to finish it off for the touchdown.
And that is something we like to see here, as the Braves absolutely trying to get things going positive, as Crowless will kick it away. It'll be taken at the 3 of the Aggies, far side of the field, up across the 15, 20, and he'll be brought down at about the 25. some extracurriculars after the play. On the return for the Aggies was Matthew Lopez.
Keith Waltrip went for a ride there, Bob, at the end of the play as he was slung down by the face mask. Officials letting him play. That's one thing that kind of noticed from watching college football and even the NFL game on Thursday is not a lot of flags so far. Chiefs didn't have their first flag until the third quarter. It's something where first game for these officials as well. Probably going to let the players play it out a little bit before they start throwing the yellow hankies out there.
Cumbie shotgun, back to the left of him. Trip set to the near side. Single receiver, far side, handoff. No, Cumbie going to keep it himself as the Braves bid on the fake. He rumbles across the 30, takes a couple of Braves with him up to about the 33, and that'll be just shy of the first down.
Ottawa's got to get their head up on the defensive line right now, Bob. They're blowing past their defender, but you got to get your eyes up, shuffle your feet down the line before you just fly by, and three Braves end up taking out the running back who didn't even have the football.
Cumbie legs like oak trees in pistol formation. Two receivers to the far near side. They'll hand it off. That's going to be Valverde, and he'll move it across the 35 up to the 38 of the Aggies, and that will move the chains on a gain of 5.
But when you pick up 8 yards on first down, makes it real easy with the play calling.
7 minutes to go, first quarter, 7-7 all. Three receivers near side, including Barbarino, one to the far side. Shotgun Cumbie. It's going to be Valverde Jr. to the left of him. They'll hand it off to him again, and he'll be tripped up at the line. No gain as he tried to go right up the middle.
So far, Ottawa's really been in a lot of man coverage. Now they're in that 3-3-5. They feel good about matching up with the receivers for Oklahoma Panhandle State. Really frees up Colby Johnson to just play what's in front of him, especially the run, which he was on top of that time. So far, I've been impressed with Jensen Riffle, the freshman, really getting involved, getting his nose around the football.
Jashon Brown to the near side along with the second receiver. Two to the far side. Pistol again. Cumbie takes the snap, wants to go to the far side, looks that direction the entire time as he'll fire it to the far side. And on that catch for the Aggies, Connor Perkins, the 5'8 junior from Port Arthur, Texas. And that'll be a gain to the 45 where he'll step out of bounds, a gain of 7.
On the coverage for the Braves, Oscar Palacios, the 6', 220-pound junior from Albuquerque, New Mexico, forcing him out of bounds and a third down.
3rd and 3 from the 45 of the Aggies. There's movement, and we'll see that may be on.
It's on the Braves. I mean, the whole D-line will probably be called by the officials on this offsides. But again, Ottawa should have been off the field on their first drive. You get a roughing the passer. You get Panhandle State into third down here, and your defensive line jumps off. You're going to see those things in game one, but hopefully as this goes on, Ottawa can limit those mistakes.
So this will give the Aggies a first down. We'll get the call.
And Ottawa has 2 penalties now for 20 yards, but both of them have really cost them. Aggies averaging, Bob, almost 5 yards a play, 80 total yards, 45 on the ground, 35 through the air, but they really haven't had to put it in the air the entire time on this drive as they're going into that slight wind over here to the north.
That's going to move the ball all the way up to midfield at the far side. They have Crandall now in at quarterback. Man in motion from near to the far side is Brown. Little pitch on the option here. That's going to be taken by the running back, Jaden Jackson, a freshman from Las Vegas, Nevada. And that's going to be a loss back to the 47 of 3.
Colby Johnson not fooled on the initial play action, and then they try to run the option out to the right side. Crandall's going to be out there, Bob. Try and look for maybe a bootleg here. Not someone that's going to sit back in the pocket. He's 5'9", going to be tough to see over that big offensive line. See if Ottawa brings some outside pressure here.
Brown to the near side, 3 receivers far side. And that's what Crandall's going to do. He's going to keep it. He wants to bring it near side. He's going to be shoved out of bounds, and that'll be a loss back to the 45 of 2.
The junior Colby Johnson again, right there to meet him. Devin Johnston also waiting.
So now another third down situation, this time 3rd and 15.
Ottawa making wholesale changes. Isaiah Field comes back in. We will also see Jacarl Davis, the freshman from Houston, step in at corner as Ottawa goes with a dime look.
Second time with a third down situation for this Braves defense. Crandall will have one back behind him Two receivers stacked near side, two receivers to the far side. Crandall scrambles out far side. He has room to run. He's across midfield, but he'll be shoved out of bounds at the Braves 48 as he had nowhere else to go.
Kids watching on video tonight, when your coach tells you about angles, watch that play by Colby Johnson. Crandall has more speed than Johnson, but Colby did a great job of working his way to the 45, didn't try and run down the line to make the play. Johnson doesn't make that play, Crandall's still running.
Lopez will punt it from the 36 of the Aggies. Dylan Foose will be back for Ottawa at the Braves 15.
And Bob, we mentioned it a little bit ago, the crowd coming out, students, the two student sections are completely full here. You've got parents along the fence line as there are no outside individuals allowed in the stadium tonight, but plenty of support, and that ball's blocked. That punt is blocked.
That was a great job by the Braves special teams. The ball still managed to travel forward across midfield to the 49 of Ottawa where it was downed.
Santino G-Bob got there. I'm not sure if it hit him or one of the upbacks, but the punter taking a little too long to get that one away, and that's a freshman punter, Bob, and Matthew Lopez.
So the Braves will have good field position here again as they will start at their own 49 with 3:50 to play. First quarter, we are tied at 7. Sanderling will hand that off, and a big loss back inside the 40 to the 38 on that one for Ottawa University. Was that?
That's Jaquez Snell, Bob, the freshman out there. That tackle was made. Trying to see, not even on our 2 deep here for Oklahoma Panhandle State. That's Anthony Taylor, the senior linebacker from Memphis, Tennessee.
That is a loss of 10 back to the 39 of Ottawa on that jet sweep play. 5 receivers set, 3 to the far side, 2 to the near side. Shotgun for Sanderling. 2nd and 20. And Sanderling looks like he had a little miscommunication with the receiver over on the far side of the field. That may have been Ziegler he was trying to get it to. As Ziegler cut, and I think Sanderling wanted him to zag.
Had more time than he thought on that play. Good protection up front. Could have stayed back there a couple seconds. Davis hadn't even broke out of his route, which is about a 15-yard out on that play. Just needs to take a deep breath. I know the adrenaline's running right now, but step into it and make a good throw.
So 3:12 to play first quarter. It is 3rd and 20 from the Braves 40. Shotgun Sanderling. He's going to look, fires. It's going to be caught as Foose takes a shot over the middle. That'll get him just a yard shy of the original line of scrimmage to the Braves 48.
And Ottawa's going to have to punt it away here at 4th and 11 after the 10-yard loss to start the drive, as Ottawa tried to go back to that shovel pass, which the person that made that play famous is here tonight, Bob, with Clarence Anderson, the 2-time All-American here in the stands, the wide receiver coach for William Joel, stopping by as his club won't play until the spring.
So Corrales will be on to punt. 1 back. That's going to be Connor Perkins at about the 19. High kick, fair catch called for at about the 20. And that ball caused some issues with Perkins. He had to stumble back for it. So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 19 after the punt.
Wind starting to pick up. Flags no longer just lining up against the poles. As you could tell the returner, as that ball got closer to him, misjudged it completely and had to fall down and just kind of sit on it. So again, Ottawa has really forced Panhandle State in some tough field position compared to Ottawa, which their worst field position was there at the 47.
Cumbie back onto the field. Looks to be Valverde to the left of him. They'll hand it off. Tries to bring it around the right side of the line. Braves will have nothing doing with that one. That'll be no gain on the carry. And actually, for Oklahoma Panhandle State, that was Derek Spazo.
2 seniors in on that play with Johnson and Garcia. Goldman also coming up to finish Valverde off. And so far, the play up front by the D-line has been there. It's just on those 2nd and 3rd down for the play action has really hurt Ottawa.
Suazo is listed as a quarterback as Cumbie wants to throw, but he threw it behind his intended receiver, Jashawn Brown, at about the 25 of the Aggies. As he made a nice little cut, did Brown into the middle of the field.
He did, and if that ball is anywhere near him, he makes that grab and continues up for another 8 to 10 yards. The closest player for the Braves was listed on, take a look here after this play.
Cumbie wants to throw, 3rd and 10. What a throw! He was in trouble, but it hit his intended receiver at the 40-yard line, Daly, in the chest, and incomplete, and it'll be 3 and out for the Aggies.
Abdur-Samad Ali in on the coverage for the Braves. He was right there with him. That was Keaton Rickard originally, Bob, on that 2nd down play, but Ottawa able to get off the field on 3rd down for the first time.
So 3 and out here, the first one of the evening for this Braves defense with 1:44 to play.
Ottawa's already blocked 1 punt and punting into the wind. You have to wonder how far this one might go.
Lopez at about the 6. Kick is away. Foose will take it at the 48 of the Aggies, and he will spin away from one tackler, tap his feet as he got across the 45, and he's brought down at the 43 of Oklahoma Panhandle State.
Official in the middle of the field originally tried to say his knee went down around the 47. He gets overruled by the linesman here on the near side, but Foose, again, giving the Braves great field position. I'd like to see Ottawa take a shot deep. Only one safety over the top right now, and maybe get Ziegler or Snell on just a simple go route.
It's going to be Snell, it looks like, to the far side with Davis. Foose, they're going to hand that off to the running back. Up across the 40 goes Curtis here to the near side, and that'll be a gain of 3 on 1st down.
Get in there for the Aggies. Look to be DeQuan Charles. They have very experienced linebackers, couple experienced defensive linemen, but overall still a young group. But the players that have stepped up so far here early on are their juniors and seniors.
Davis and Snell to the far side. Now Snell will come to the backfield. It's going to be Foose to the near side. Curtis, the tailback, to the left of Santerling, who's in shotgun. 2nd down and 7. Santerling will dump it off. He wanted Davis, who was crossing at about the 35, but threw it too far in front of him, incomplete.
Sanderling also, at insult to injury there, overthrows the receiver, but gets planted on that play by the defensive tackle, Matt Hernandez, junior from Killeen, Texas, and Ottawa into a 3rd and manageable here. We'll see if we might try and catch OPSU sleeping, run the football here with Curtis. Very, very close to 4-down territory.
Well, of course, you take a look here. It's almost like a dime look that they're throwing here. Santerling will take it, throws it near side. Caught by Foose inside the 30 to the 29 on a nice little out route here to the near side.
Best ball we've seen from Sanderling so far besides the touchdown. The grad transfer from Central Methodist, 6'3", 208 pounds from Hollywood, Florida.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 29. They'll hand it off. Across the far side of the field goes Curtis. Tries to cut it up. He's going to end up gaining about 2 to the 37.
Curtis doing a great job getting his shoulders leaning forward. Even that play looked like he was going to go for maybe a yard. He ends up picking up 3.
3 receivers near side. Shotgun. Santerling dumps it off. That's going to be caught by Snell near side, but he's wrapped up pretty quickly. No gain.
Joshua Sullivan on the coverage. Makes Snell pay at the end of that play.
So it'll be 3rd and 8, but they're going to let the clock run out here with 5 seconds left in the first period. So 1 period into the books here at Advent Health Field. We are tied at 7. We'll take a 60-second break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Does learning a language feel like this?
No habla español? Hablo. It's hablo? It's hablo. Bom dia, like good day, good morning, I think.
I can say, je m'appelle David, but that's probably it.
When you learn a language, you want to actually use it. Babbel is designed with that goal in mind.
This year is my year to get fluent in Spanish, and Babbel is definitely going to help me do that. The app is so easy to use, and it's so practical. It helps you learn things that you will actually need.
Since my husband is from Guatemala, I'll apply what I've learned in Babbel to our real-life situations.
I've tried other language learning apps and nothing really stuck. Babbel's been a complete game changer for me.
Hoy es miércoles y el clima está muy bueno afuera.
Estoy con fome. Eu no tomé café de mañana.
Je suis des États-Unis et du Viens-tu.
Now try Babbel for free. Just go to Babbel.com to start learning a new language today. That's BABBEL.com.
Back here at Advent Health Field, we'll start the second period of play here.
Dylan Fuson, that first quarter, 2 catches for 20 yards. Davis, 1 for 5 in the touchdown. Curtis, 4 carries, 41 yards.
So Sanderling will be in shotgun, 2 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. That'll be Fuson motion as it's 3rd and 8 from the 27 of the Aggies. Sanderling looks, throws, fires a wobbler. It's going to be picked off at the 2. No, dropped, incomplete. No, they're going to say
he still made the interception.
Oh, he dropped that into the end zone. I don't think he had control of it. But this is a crew from the Heart of America Conference. They're going to say no. It's an INT, but the Aggies will start at their own 2.
Sanderling trying to aim at that time, Bob, and Snell kind of cut his route off a little bit. You'll see that, just a freshman. If he takes that to the back pylon, he at least either makes the catch or it's an incompletion. Really doesn't hurt the Braves a whole lot, though. Just really a punt, as the Aggies will have to go 99 yards.
So 1st and 10.
98, I guess, from the 2.
14:53 to play from the Aggie 2. Cumbie will hand it off. Spinning around and through the tackle and guard on the right side goes the running back, Valverde Jr., but he'll get a little bit of breathing room across the 5 and to the 6.
Valverde, that was first time he's had positive yards. Prior to that, 4 carries for 2 yards, but Cumbie, 4 carries for 39. Nice balanced offense so far for the Aggies. 81 yards total, 50 on the ground, 35 through the air, and a whistle.
We have an official's timeout here. Got an offensive lineman that looks like may have got nicked up on that last play.
This is not a deep offensive line for either squad. It looks to be the right guard. We'll wait to see. He popped up pretty quickly.
That looks like it's the center.
It is the center. Yeah, you're right. Kenny Ryan, the freshman from Vacaville, California, and behind him is another freshman in Julius Dilworth, the freshman from Edna, Texas, 5'9", 260.
Get you some scores real quick around the KCAC. Kansas Wesleyan has doubled their lead on Friends. It's now 14-0, 2:41 to play first quarter. And it is Tabor and Southwestern tied at 7 with 1:09 to play first quarter. Avila in front of Bethel, 14-6. That has got about 51 seconds left to go first quarter. Nice selection of fans here tonight, and good to see them here. And then one more score for you, Sterling at McPherson, 10-7. That is with about 27 seconds to go first quarter. Cumbie will dump it off to the back. Coming out of the backfield, first down yardage as he scampers across the 10 and forced out of bounds at the 15 of the Aggies was Valverde Jr. They have been using that little safety valve pass out of the backfield to burn Ottawa.
They like that matchup with an inside backer. Tough spot for Johnson and Palacios, who have been the 2 that have tried to cover the backs out of the backfield. Not a whole lot of help is there in man coverage with everyone behind him.
So it's going to be kept by Cumbie as he'll go right up the middle on the fake handoff across the 20. He'll be brought down near the 25. That's going to be close to first down. Nope, they're going to mark him down back at the 22.
That was a rough spot there for OPSU as Cumbie looked like he was near the 25.
It'll be 2nd down and 3 from the 22 of the Aggies. Cumbie will hand it off that time. Valverde Jr., he's going to have enough for the first down as he just gets across the 25 on the far side of the field before being wrapped up by a couple of black shirts.
Aggies happy with just running the football there, outnumbering the Braves in the box.
And now they're going to move quickly, hand off again Valverde, and he's just going to pour across his offensive lineman and be brought down after a gain of a couple, looks like just it's going to be 2 to the 28.
And for the Braves, it'll be Bryce Capron as he will check in for Isaiah Veal, who will get a quick breather.
Tied at 7, 2nd down and 8 from the 28 of the Aggies. Swing pass here to the near side. It'll be caught and brought down quickly by the Braves. Jamal Orion Jones out of Dallas, Texas, the 6', 180-pound freshman on the catch. That'll be a gain of 4.
But give Grant Goldman some credit, Bob. We have seen him around the football here early on. Played 6-man down in Texas for one of the best private schools down there. And so far, he has made some big tackles in space and made it 3rd down and 6.
3rd and 6 from the 30 of the Aggies. Pistol look. Cumbie will swing it out. Almost swatted down. The Braves have that one snuffed out, but not before a gain up near the 35. It'll be about a yard shy of the first down.
Palacios in there to make the tackle and force fourth down. As looked like the running back was going to carry him across the 37. Able to stonewall him there at the 36 and force the punt.
The freshman Jones for the Aggies on the catch. But now a punt again by Lopez. He will punt it from the 20 of the Aggies. It'll be Foose. Will be at the 33 of Ottawa. 11:35 to play first half. High snap, corralled, blocked again. And that's going to be picked up by Dre Davis at about the 16, and the Braves have great field position.
Yet again, Bob Santino G with his second blocked punt of the evening. And Ottawa thought they were going to scoop that up and score, and the Aggies find a way to fall on it.
We talked about special teams going to have to play big for both sides, and right now Ottawa's special teams seems to be making a difference.
How many times last year were the Braves on the opposite end of those plays? And right now, special teams, 2 blocked punts, this one resulting in the Aggies' red zone.
So the Braves will take over at the 16 of the Aggies.
Sanderling here at wide receiver as Ottawa goes with really the Gimzo Wildcat look.
That's going to be Davis in shotgun. Sanderling near side, Foose to the far side, handoff. That's going to go to the running back, Curtis. He tried to get around the corner. He's going to pick up a few yards up to about the 12. Yeah, it looks about the 12. Gain of 4. So it'll be 2nd and 6. Sanderling back in at quarterback. Curtis to the right of him. 2 receivers to the far side. Davis and Foose. Sanderling looks, throws, wants Foose, got him wide open, touchdown Braves!
And after the play, Sanderling's helmet ripped off his head, no flag from the officials. But again, a good throw, and now a flag thrown in the end zone after the play.
I wonder if that's going to be for excessive celebration.
That's what I get, Bob, for mentioning that the officials might keep the flags in their pocket.
Well, so far they have for everybody. Now we'll see what happens.
Not often you see a hard crew. I think the last time the Braves did was when they played against Baker 4 or 5 years ago.
They were not fan favorites, I will tell you that.
Usually for these, especially, I'm surprised the Braves didn't get an MIAA crew, especially since they are not playing right now. In the past, for these non-conference games, the Braves will request an MIAA crew. Officials still talking about it. If anything, it should have been roughing the passer against the defensive line on Sanderling.
Nope, they're going to pull it. They were going to call, I think they were going to call offensive pass interference, but
well, it was after the play. So I'm thinking maybe it just fell out of the pocket. But Foose, again, running the corner route is what he's done his whole career.
So it'll be Crowless on for the extra point. Snap is good. Placement is fine. And the ball splits the uprights. 10:52 to go, first half. Braves with their first lead of the night, 14-7 over Oklahoma Panhandle State University. We'll take a 30-second break. You're listening to Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
It's never too late to become who you're supposed to be. However, sometimes you may need a little help. Ottawa University can get you there. Their faculty and staff are dedicated to preparing graduates for a lifetime of significance. With dozens of degree programs, including accounting, engineering, human services, and marketing, as well as graduate degrees in business administration and education, Ottawa University will prepare you for whatever or whoever you want to be. Don't wait. Get started today. Find out more by visiting online at ottawa.edu.
14-7 here at Advent Health Field. 10:52 to go, first half. Bob Johnson, Casey Weeder with you here, bringing you all the action on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com. Braves offense looking pretty good here tonight, Casey.
Well, when you got field position like the Braves have had, I don't think they've started outside their own 45, if I'm not mistaken. But again, special teams set that up with the blocked field goal. Block punt, excuse me.
No, I believe you are correct on that one. As Corrales will pooch it this time here to the near side, taking it at the 20, up to the 25, dances around and tripped up at the 30. Goes the return, Dre Davis. And that's where Oklahoma Panhandle State will take over with 10:47 to play in the half.
Tackle made by Jensen Riffle. Lots of freshmen on both sides of the ball this evening. And we mentioned several players on the sidelines with just jerseys on that you will see next week. Just unfortunate. Every year it comes down to getting cleared from the NAIA, but some good experience for these young guys to get out there and play, and it only adds depth, which can only help you going forward.
And that's one good thing here that you were going to see with some of these young players, as you mentioned, getting some of that opportunity. But then when we get some of the players on there who are expected to play, it could make this team a dangerous team. Cumbie will sling it out to the far side. It's going to be caught. Not much of a game there as the pass was caught by Barbarino. A little swing route again on the far side. And he gets maybe a half a yard. Now they're going to give him a full yard to the 31.
Devin Johnston actually made that tackle from the backside, battling through two receivers blocking. Big play there.
It'll be 2nd down and 9 from the 31 of the Aggies. Over to the right side is Jones of Cumbie. Two receivers to both sides of the field. Ball at the far hash. Cumbie facing pressure, rolls out near side. He'll take off with it, spins around, gets away from a tackle, up to the 35, and brought down to the 37 of the Aggies.
Very much a Byron Leftwich type player. Cumbie, when he puts the ball down, not great speed, but he has a long stride, and just every time he's put the ball down, he's picking up 4, 5, 6 yards.
3rd and 3. Cumbie wants to sling it here to the far side. It'll be caught, 1st down yardage, and he'll be shoved out of bounds. On that reception for OPSU was Connor Perkins, the 5'8", 155-pound wide receiver from Port Arthur, Texas.
Jalen King on the coverage. Ottawa goes man coverage on that play. Gets beat on the out route. That's going to be there. The Braves continue to play man.
1st and 10 from the 44 of the Aggies. Ball near hash. Now the running back splits out far side. Cumbie wants a man, wants him deep down the field, but way overthrows Brown, the intended receiver, who was streaking down the far side of the field. And I think had that been a better pass, he probably would have taken that to the house.
Waiting for Ahmad Ali to turn his hips, was still in his back pedal. Not even sure the receiver, though, Bob, had any idea that Cumbie was going to let that one go.
And that'll bring up 2nd and 10 from the 44 of the Aggies. 9:28 to play in the half. Cumbie wants the flyer, finds it over to the far side. Looking for his intended receiver, Victor Simon, a freshman wide receiver from Dallas, Texas. He'll overshoot him on the far side of the field, and another 3rd down opportunity here for this Braves defense.
Ahmad Ali there from Ottawa, still sticking with 2 safeties. Haven't rolled one down yet. See if Ottawa brings some pressure, or if they'll just kind of play a little cover 3.
Jones will be the tailback behind Cumbie. 2 receivers both sides of the field. Cumbie will step up. He's going to take off with it. 1st down yardage in the Braves territory, up to the 40, and he'll just come out of bounds at about the 38-yard line. And they'll say the 39, but good read there by Cumbie. And his speed is very deceptive for such a big guy, but he glides as he runs down the field.
He eclipses, now he is over 100 yards of total offense. Ottawa's defensive line, though, not keeping contained. Again, trying to fly up the field. The end on this near side was so far behind Cumbie, it made it really easy, a perfect running lane.
3 receivers far side, 1 to the near side, a handoff.
And Isaiah Veal makes up for it on this next play. Did a good job putting a left hand on the outside shoulder of the tackle, forcing the tailback right into him, and for no gain.
Suazo, the running back, going to make it 2nd down and 10 from the 39 of Ottawa. 8:35 to play first quarter. 14-7, Braves in front. See a single receiver split out here to the near side. That looks to be Cola. 3 receivers far side, 1 back behind him. And Cumbie will send it out far side to the receiver. Breaking 1 tackle, getting across the 35, up to the 32. And that looked like it was Barbarino, who has made some good catches here this evening for this Aggie side.
Barbarino, 4th catch. That's his longest reception. He's now 4 for 20. those out routes. They're going to continue to go there, forcing the linebackers to play out in the flats.
3rd and 3, handoff, trying to take it between the tackle and guard, far side of the line. Jaden Jackson, the freshman, he's going to be maybe just shy of the first down, close to the 30, about a half-yard shy. And it looks like they are going to go for it here as they're going to bring in
the heavy package.
Oh, my, heavy that's being nice. That looks like about 3 bulldozers in a tank that just took the field.
This is just going to be a snap to the tailback here, Bob. I mean, there's not a player out there that is going to get the ball besides 34.
That's a diamond formation. Jones will take it. He's going to bring it here to the near side. Braves try to stack him up. First down yardage as he'll get to the 29.
But Ottawa didn't make any changes there, Bob. It's 4th down. Roll those safeties down. Play some linebackers at the line of scrimmage or do something. I mean, no, they're not going to throw the football.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 29 of Ottawa for the Aggies. 9th play of this drive coming up. 7:20 to play here first half. Over 3 minutes on this drive. Cumbie, 1 back behind him, 2 receivers near side, 2 to the far side. Cumbie rolls out, looks, throws, fires, has a man, and overshoots the receiver who had beat the defensive back on the cut into the end zone. That was Sean Brown.
Braves looking gassed right now. That defensive line really didn't come off the ball on that play. We'll see Leland McKinney check in. They have been on the field a lot in this first half. But what is Devin Johnson supposed to do there, Bob? Cumbie had so much time. He started that route on the right side of the field, ended up near the far left pylon.
So it'll be 2nd down and 10 from the 29 of Ottawa. Cumbie wants to throw far side. He's going to be brought down in a sack back to the 39. And a great job shooting through the defensive side there for Ottawa.
Oscar Palacios on the blitz. As Ottawa is light at the inside linebacker position tonight, as Palacios and Riffle have been switching out and came on a backside delayed blitz, and Cumbie never saw him.
They'll actually mark it at the 37. So it'll be 3rd and 18 from the 37 of Ottawa, 6.5 to play first half. Shotgun Cumbie, 3 receivers far side. It's going to be caught. Near side, up across the 30, the 25, the 20. It's going to be close to the first down, and he's got it at the 19.
Nobody there in space for the Braves. Trying to make some late subs, and 3rd and 18 converted.
Jaden Jackson converts that one with a nice run there. And we're now to the 12th play of this drive. Over 4 minutes on this drive. 6:15 to play in the half. 14-7 Ottawa. 1st and 10 from the 19 of the Braves. Ball at the far hash. Cumbie with 2 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Wide open into the end zone. Touchdown. That was Victor Simon, the freshman wide receiver from Dallas, Texas, who blew by the defensive back on the far side. And we are 1 point away from this one being tied.
And Ottawa just, you knew it was coming, has been on the field a whole lot, and Ali beat on the corner route, hoping that the receiver went out of bounds. Not the case. And a flag after the play. I think Ottawa had too many players on the field.
The extra point was missed, but we'll see what this flag is for. Well, they waved it off, that it was no good. The Aggie special teams takes off.
They'll have to kick it again, won't they?
Illegal substitution against Ottawa.
Oh, the kick is good. Okay.
Okay, well, they waved it off that it was not good. So we are tied at 14 with 6:02 to go, and we'll take a 30-second break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football here on 1220 and 103.7 FM, KOFO, and KOFO.com.
Hi, this is Margie Hindeleiter from Bank Midwest. You'll often hear us say, this is where common sense lives. That means doing the little things, like knowing your name. And it means supporting Ottawa University. That should be common sense for how a bank does business. Bank Midwest, where common sense lives.
This is Chase Dingle of Dingle & Son Mortuary. I learned very young being in the funeral business wasn't just a job, it was a way of life. Never dull, sometimes stressful, but always fulfilling. I wanted to be a part of that and carry on the family tradition.
Dingle & Son Mortuary, 785-242-2323.
Tied at 14 after a Cumbie to Simon touchdown pass. And the Aggies will kick it off, 2 back for Ottawa. And that'll be angled to the far side, taken at about the 3. That's going to be taken.
Ziegler, who tried to go back across the field. Ottawa looking for a horse collar. Penalty officials not looking to drop the flag on that one, but the worst field position of the night for the Braves.
At their own 21. Hey, stay with us at the half. We're going to talk with women's flag football coach Liz Sowers about the flag football program and how that is being built. We're also going to find out what Bobby Adamson is up to these days. And all that and more during the halftime. It'll be
Bailey Shire in at quarterback.
Yeah, Shire's in at quarterback. They're going to hand that off
to Dalen Johnson.
That's the first time we've seen Johnson in. He'll gain maybe a yard to the 22 with 5:40 left to play here in the half.
Shire, the junior, 6'2", 192 from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, transfer from Olivet Nazarene University.
So Shire in shotgun, Johnson to the right of him. Now he's going to look to throw. They'll dump it off here to the near side, and that was read all the way. They were trying to find the tight end, Greg McMahon, and that will be incomplete. And now we're up to 3rd and 9.
First time you said McMahon's name today, and Shire lucky that ball wasn't intercepted.
So now 3rd and 9, the Braves in an enviable place here with this one. Shotgun again, Johnson to the left of him. Now he's going to roll out to the far side. He's in trouble. He's going to be brought down and brought down hard. Shire, a little slow to get up there. Great job by the defense to read that. And it'll be 4th down in a dangerous place here as Jaquavian Daniels made that play.
Ottawa making the quarterback switch. You knew that there was potential that both quarterbacks would play, but that's a tough spot for Shire to be in. Ottawa's worst field position of the night. And Ottawa goes 3 and out, loses 9 yards.
So that'll bring up 4th down and 19, 4:40 to play. Crowless will kick from about a couple of yards away from the back of the end zone. Aggies will have one back at the 40 of Ottawa. That's going to be a short kick, taken fair catch at about the 30. And now we have an injured Brave as he was ran into. Nope, he's going to be okay. But now the Aggies with a great opportunity here with 4:26 to play.
And to steal momentum here, Bob, Ottawa looked like they had started to take control of this game. That 14-play, 70-yard drive that went over 4 minutes, and now your defense got about a minute and a half break. Ottawa needs a turnover.
Cumbie back out. He'll have a back. That'll be Valverde to the left of him. Cumbie's going to keep it himself. He drops the ball, and the Braves have it. A flag thrown, but I wonder if that was meant as to mark the fumble, but there's an injured player on the ground. That's Cumbie.
I think this is helmet to helmet, unfortunately. I think this is going to be on Ottawa. As he's on the ground, he got smoked by Leland McKinney and Jacob Garcia, but I think this is helmet to helmet.
Well, the problem here is Cumbie went low, and it's so hard to not make that contact if you're trying to make a proper tackle, though.
That is going to be brutal if it is. Cost the Braves again.
And again, that's what it looks like it's going to be. That's going to be a face mask against Ottawa.
But Cumbie has to walk off the field, and that'll bring the backup Crandall back in there. That is 3 times Ottawa should have either had the football or gotten off the field, and the penalty gives them 15 yards. And inside the 15-yard line.
And Casey, this is, again, an issue.
Ottawa has 3 total penalties, and all of them Ottawa should have the football afterwards.
As Crandall will be in at quarterback, he'll have a back to the right of him. That's going to be slung out to the far side.
That's a fumble. That is going to be a loss of at least 7 or 8 yards.
And it is. The official has it marked back to the 21. The pass was intended for Barbarino, but it was thrown very low.
Crandall, you could see the freshman jitters there. Didn't really get into a drop, just kind of slung it with the right hand, and that's a tough throw to make for a seasoned passer, much less a freshman, but a big break for Ottawa.
3 receivers near side. Valverde will be the tailback behind Crandall. Single receiver to the far side is Brown. 3:40 to play, first half. 2nd and 16 from the Braves 21. Crandall wants to run with it. He wants to bounce it outside, and he is going to be bullied out of bounds back to the 26 of Ottawa. And so far this drive is losing yards with a loss of 5 right there.
Knew Colby Johnson would come out here tonight on fire. You could tell that after he wasn't named to the all-conference preseason team, he took that to heart, and he has been all over the field. But right now, Ottawa has to make a stop on 3rd down, as the Aggies tonight, 5 of 10, several of those converted over 10 yards.
And again, so many opportunities to get off the field here this evening, and they just have not been able to do that so far. Crandall facing some pressure, wants to throw. He gets away. No, he's going to be brought down as the Braves all converge on him, and another loss.
And Coach K taking a timeout here. Isaiah Veal, Jacob Garcia, Colby Johnson, all around the ball.
Loss of 7 back to the 33 of Ottawa. This is going to be a long field goal opportunity coming up.
I think they're going to go for it here. I don't know if they're still going to think. They have time to think about it, but Crandall went right back in there like he was going to play. But have to wonder about the injury situation with Cumbie. This offense was rolling over the last 2 possessions as we start to see clouds gathering to the south, Bob, and have to look at.
Actually, it looks like it's to the north. Casey.
My bad.
I'm sorry.
That's what I get.
Sorry.
They're coming from the north. Whatever.
They're coming to the south.
South. Yes.
South.
Yes. From the north to the south.
I mean, I understand.
You know.
This is not normal territory. Wait a minute. You kicked here.
I did. Yeah. I kicked better with the wind. That's all that matters.
Oh well. Okay. Yeah. Works for me.
Well, yes, you're right. That is from the north. But either way, how big of a play defensively for Ottawa to finally get off the field on 3rd down? I know it's with a backup quarterback in there, but mentally, you're able to force Oklahoma Panhandle State into at least an attempted field goal, try and flip a little bit of this momentum. This defense needed a big break there. We've already seen Ottawa block 2 punts. Can they get to a field goal?
That would be a big key here for this Braves offense. Come back out with 2:56 left to go and 2 timeouts. And let's see, it looks like they are going to go for it, it looks like. And back out is Cumbie, so he is okay. That is good to see there.
Have to know the sticks here.
Valverde will be to the right of Cumbie. 2 receivers near side, 2 to the far side. 4th and 28 from the 33. Cumbie rolls out far side. He's going to just try to get rid of it. Picked off by Ottawa at the 30 and up the sideline across the 40 to the 43, and an ill-advised pass by Cumbie.
Oscar Palacios with the interception. And Ottawa was going to get the football back. It looked like anyways, but you get a turnover, really the second earned turnover of this drive on the defensive side. But Palacios hasn't played a whole lot in his career, Bob, but has been here for 4 years, has stepped up, made a huge play there as Colby Johnson forced the errant throw.
So it'll be 1st and 10 from the 43. Of course, no turnover mass this year. But if you heard during the pregame show, we were talking about turnover hand sanitizer. Santerling is going to throw a bubble screen caught by Colton Davis. That's going to be well behind the line of scrimmage and brought down as the Aggies were not having any of it.
Oh, they brought frontside pressure into the face of Santerling and had to sling it early. Davis did a good job just to make the catch, and even though he lost 3 yards, it could have been much worse.
Could have been much worse, but we'd like to see some positivity here if we could out of this offense. Santerling back out at quarterback, one back to his left. They're going to hand that off. That's going to go to Curtis. Curtis looks for a hole. He finds a little bit of a gap, and he'll get back across the original line of scrimmage up to the 44. A gain of 4, and it'll bring up third down.
It's been a long time since we've said Curtis's name. Ottawa got away from the run on the previous possession, but now at 3rd and 9. We'll see if Sanderling uses legs. He has good speed if OPSU decides to drop back into coverage.
3rd and 9 from the 44 of Ottawa. Empty backfield, 3 receivers far side, 2 to the near side. Sanderling looks, throws, fires. Caught! Colton Davis, Aggies territory down to the 39.
Again, good protection, Bob. Sanderling just sitting back there waiting. Aggies just go with a 4-man front. Ottawa blocks it well as they try and get some subs in here late. Ottawa has worked quickly with the no huddle.
Gain of 17, no huddle again. Trip set to the far side, Twins to the near side. Sanderling, and we looks like we'll have a timeout from the Aggies. 1:20 left to go here first half. We're tied at 14, and let's take a 30-second timeout. You're listening to Braves football here on 1220 and 103.7 FM, KOFO, and KOFO.com.
Let's get back to business with Local IQ. Get the power of a national expert marketing team combined with deep roots in 260 communities, making them the partner you need to jumpstart your journey to full recovery. Results matter now more than ever, and Local IQ provides uniquely engaged local audiences, industry-leading technology, intelligent creative design, deep digital marketing expertise, and insights from partnering with hundreds of thousands of businesses nationwide. Talk to Stephen Bradley, your local IQ marketing expert today at 785-242-4700, extension 108.
Back here at Advent Health Field, 1:20 left to play here first half. We are tied at 14. Braves, though, looking to try to take a turnover by Sean Cumby and turn it into some points.
Aggies just trying to get organized right now. A smart timeout call just to get everyone on the same page.
Shotgun for Sanderling. To the left of him, Curtis. 2 receivers to the far and near side. 1st and 10 from the 39 of the Aggies. Now it's going to be Sanderling trying to throw it far side for Foose. And they had the tight end, McMahon, wide open down the field. But I'm surprised there wasn't, I'll take it back because it was probably going to be ruled uncatchable. But there was more hands on Foose over there on the far side than the 4th date.
I know that Coach K will talk about this at halftime, but the Braves have to get Greg McMahon involved. He had a connection with Kagi a year ago, but he was standing all alone at the 15-yard line, ran right up the seam.
Shotgun again, handoff. This time it's going to go to Curtis, but he is going to be wrapped up like a present back to the 41 of the Aggies. That's going to be a loss of 2, and it's going to bring up 3rd down.
If Sanderling keeps it just one of these times, he is getting 20, 25, 30 yards. No one playing the backside for the Aggies. They're pursuing the football, but no one's staying home in their gaps.
50 seconds to go, first half. 3 receivers to the far side, 2 to the near side. Sanderling steps up, looks, throws, fires. He had a receiver to the far side. Thought he was trying to get McMahon there near the line, who was shoved.
Just short-armed it. He was looking to Snell, I believe, Bob, on the far side. No, my apologies. It was Curtis coming out of the backfield. And tough break for the Braves not to turn that into points.
So the Braves will have to punt. 40 seconds to play. Corrales will punt from the 45 of Ottawa. Back for the Aggies will be Connor Perkins. Good snap. Rugby-style kick. Corrales with a nice kick. It's going to bounce inside the 10 and roll all the way down to about the 2. Great kick there. They're going to mark it at the 3, but a nice job there by Corrales.
Braves have 2 timeouts. Best punt of the evening for Corrales.
Defense, though, really is going to have to do a job here quickly, Casey, to get themselves in a good spot.
Well, at least force the Aggies to run the football one time. They can't take any knees from the 3-yard line. If Ottawa can get a stop here for no gain, you call a quick timeout, but I think the Aggies will just try and go maybe with a QB sneak, get a little bit of space, and take this one into halftime.
So it'll be Cumby. One tailback behind him. That looks to be Jones. Single receiver far side, 3 to the near side. Cumby wants to throw, but it'll be incomplete as that will skip nowhere near the intended receiver. Brown on the far sideline.
Almost disaster there for the Aggies as Garcia got in the face of Cumby again, and that ball ended up floating its way to the turf, luckily for OPSU.
Well, that was not a good throw there by Cumby, but again, with 27 seconds in the half, it was better than nothing. You don't want to turn it over this close. As they're going to hand it off, that's going to be up the middle. The running back, Valverde, not only gets plenty of space, but he's up near the 20-yard line with 18 seconds to go in the half.
Well, and there goes your chance to use those timeouts. OPSU gives you a gift, and you can't make a tackle on second down.
Gain of 16 there. We'll have it looks like an injury timeout possibly.
Ottawa does use that timeout, but at this point they can take a knee and go into half. But biggest run of the afternoon for Valverde. Prior to that, he was 7 for 12.
Well, and Casey, I think the disappointing thing is we felt like this defense really was going to have a lot of change from a year ago, but we continue to see some of the same mistakes. Not getting off the field on third down has been huge so far in this first half.
Almost 200 yards of total offense in this first half for the Aggies. Braves with just 78 total yards.
And it's been a balanced attack too, Casey. 85 rushing, 96 passing. That's what's really
it's
amazing.
The third down convert. Ottawa's been fantastic on first and second down. It's third down that just has continued to bite the Braves, but that's something we've mentioned. Seems like, a broken record the last couple seasons.
So 18 to play here in the first half. We're tied at 14. It's 1st and 10 from the 20 of the Aggies. Ball will be at the near hash mark.
Braves have to bring in Jacarl Davis, Bob, the freshman, as Samad Ali came off with a shoulder injury.
Twin receiver set, both sides of the field. Cumby dances around, hits his own offensive lineman, and he'll be brought down at the 10, and that will just pretty much do it for the half.
I don't understand why you're risking it here. Just take a knee, get into half. Braves do get the football to start the second half, but give some momentum back to Ottawa as a fast-moving first half comes to an end.
So we're going to end the first half tied at 14, and we will take a 2-minute break. When we come back, it'll be Braves halftime, and we are happy to have flag football coach Liz Sowers join us to talk about the program, and we'll also talk with Bobby Adamson, and we will also get you some updated scores from around the KCAC. But 2-minute break. We're tied at 14. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
Join Macy's in support of Girls Inc. throughout the month of September. Here's how you can help. Make a donation today at Macy's.com and also give back when you shop at any Macy's store. Round up your purchase amount and donate your extra change, up to 99 cents, to Girls Inc. Your donation will help fund life-changing mentoring experiences to inspire girls across the country to be strong, smart, and bold. Make your donation to Girls Inc. today at Macy's stores and Macy's.com/Macy's Gives.
Hi, this is Margie Hindeleiter from Bank Midwest. You'll often hear us say, this is where common sense lives. That means doing the little things, like knowing your name. And it means supporting Ottawa University. That should be common sense for how a bank does business. Bank Midwest, where common sense lives.
Now that you're out and about again, there's a better chance you may need us sooner than later. At CarStar Ottawa, our lobby is open and we're ready to take care of your vehicle with convenient and trustworthy repairs. Call 242-8916 CarStar. Stay safe and relax. We'll take it from here.
Napa know-how.
Get all the quality parts you need at your locally owned Napa. Because right now, when you order from Napa online, you can pick up curbside at your local store in just 30 minutes. Or get your order delivered direct to your door with free one-day shipping on over 160,000 quality parts when you spend $35 or more. Quality parts delivered quickly and safely. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating stores, standard ground shipping and exclusions apply.
It's never too late to become who you're supposed to be. However, sometimes you may need a little help. Ottawa University can get you there. Their faculty and staff are dedicated to preparing graduates for a lifetime of significance. With dozens of degree programs, including accounting, engineering, human services, and marketing, as well as graduate degrees in business administration and education, Ottawa University will prepare you for whatever or whoever you want to be. Don't wait. Get started today. Find out more by visiting online at ottawa.edu.
Back here for Ottawa University Braves halftime on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com. We're tied at 14 at the half. We'll talk a little bit about the first half here in just a little bit, but it's my pleasure to bring on flag football coach for Ottawa University, Liz Sowers. Coach, thank you for joining us. Very hard person to track down.
Yes, thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here and talk to you guys.
Well, it's great. I never even thought that flag football would come here, let alone the NAIA maybe recognizing it as a sport. And all of a sudden you see the headlines over the summer, and then they announce you as coach. Yep. What was it that brought you to Ottawa?
I mean, you and me both not thinking that flag football would be a college sport here. Everything kind of happened really fast. I was contacted by Ottawa about coming in and being a part of this program, and I could really tell that Ottawa was doing something and was really interested in the student athlete, not just putting out a football program to add another sports program, but to truly change the game, and I wanted to be a part of that.
Well, that's something that you've been a part of, and if anyone has the opportunity to read your bio on OttawaBraves.com, that's something that you have been a part of, is trying to get more women involved, but also to change the game, to get just all kinds of, I mean, it just splits off into so many directions.
Yeah, I like to be that person that maybe a little girl or even a little boy can look up to, and maybe that role model that I needed when I was little, because I never thought it was possible. I never even dreamed of playing football because I didn't even know it existed. I just played for fun, and now hopefully little girls and little boys can dream of doing something they love.
So when you were hired on, you're basically starting from scratch.
Yep.
What were your first steps coming in here to just start from the ground up?
So my first steps in coming in were getting girls, student athletes, to come and buy in and be a part of this first year. And it's hard to sell a small town in Kansas to a bunch of flag football players, maybe from Vegas or Florida. But a lot of them, luckily, were a lot like me in their dreams of playing flag football. That's what they truly wanted. So the location itself didn't matter. And they knew that the people you surround yourself will be what makes the location.
And you have been working hard, hustling, just players coming in from all over. Obviously, the season will start in spring, but you've got an exciting opportunity coming up here in October.
Yeah, so we're going to Vegas, which 11 of our girls are from Vegas, so they're excited to go home. We're playing in a flag football tournament there, and it'll give us a good little head start to kind of get things going and get the feel for college football and play, some other teams that maybe we wouldn't play normally.
So obviously with flag football, it's more about the flag instead of tackling.
Yes.
What kind of differences for people who may not know would they see out there in a flag football game?
So the biggest difference, well, I like people to know that flag football is not the non-contact version of football. It's a sport in itself. So there's a lot more of, if you look for really talented flag football, you'll see a dip that is just a quick lowering of their hips to the ground to where you can't pull the flag. You'll see hip turns. Other than that, we're playing 7-on-7, fast-paced flag football.
And that's, you bring up a great point with that, the skill involved. I mean, there's a lot of skill for tackle, but you got to think about the elusiveness and also just being able to block, do so many things. There is an art form to this.
Yes, so I really think it'll enhance even in regards to the tackle game with women. Young girls don't grow up throwing around the football like boys have the opportunity to, and so hopefully this will put a ball in their hands earlier and allow them to throw the ball and really increase that air raid game.
So do you bring the players up with you when you're playing? Because for people who may not be familiar, we're talking to the starting quarterback for the Kansas City Glory, and you've been all over the place, even a member of Team USA. So, you know, it's not just somebody that they found off the street. I mean, there is some real credibility here sitting right next to me when it comes to not just football, tackle football, and flag football.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of my girls are very interested in playing tackle as well. Some of them played with the boys in high school, and, you know, that would be a matter of me wanting to figure out, like, some coaches don't even let their kids play rec volleyball or whatever, let alone tackle football in the summer, so that'll be a game time decision.
Well, I guess when it comes to that, I guess it's whatever it takes.
Yeah.
So your normal season with the Glories during the summer?
Yes, during the summer.
So for people who are interested, you can always check out where can they find more information about that?
You can go to kcglory.com, where Kansas City Glory, our games will be, I believe, at Shawnee Mission North. We'll start in May now. The WNFC is the league that we're in, so a lot of big things happening there as well.
So first game for the team here at OU?
That is yet to be determined. It'll be in the spring. So we're probably going to play either Kansas Wesleyan or bring in a team from Florida. So Florida is where a majority of the flag football teams are, and so we're really excited to play them.
I guess if we could beat up on Kansas Wesleyan, that's all right.
That's the goal.
Nothing wrong with that. Coach, I appreciate you taking time out, getting the word out about the flag program here. If someone is interested, if there's a student who's interested, how would they find out more? How can they get in contact with you?
Yeah, so you can contact me at lizsowers@ottawa.edu, and, you know, whatever your background is, it doesn't matter. Crossover athletes are welcome. Even if you know nothing about the game.
I don't, but they let me broadcast. So.
Yes.
I'm even just talking about this one too. So, Coach, thank you so much. I appreciate it. We're going to take a 60-second timeout. When we come back, where are they now with Bobby Adamson? We're tied at 14 at the half. You're listening to Braves Football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A+ rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $500 million for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. Optima Tax Relief. Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This week's Where They Now will focus on one of the top quarterbacks in Ottawa University Braves history, as we will talk with Bobby Adamson about his time at Ottawa University, his time overseas, and what he's up to now. And joining us, Bobby, thank you so much for taking time out to talk about your days at Ottawa University and what you're up to. I really do appreciate this.
Yeah, definitely. No, Bob, I appreciate the opportunity. It's always good to kind of connect back with the crew with Ottawa, and so yeah, happy to be a part of it.
Do you keep tabs on the school during football season?
Yeah, I try and with myself and then my younger brother Travis, we kind of try and keep updated on how the team's doing and obviously how the school as a whole is going. You know, there's obviously some newer, nicer buildings there now from our time there, and so I try and do my best to kind of keep tabs on how everything's going, and there's a lot of folks that are still there that were a part of things when I was there with Coach K and then Donald Anderson and some other folks and all that. So kind of just try and keep tabs on how everybody's doing.
I know you didn't get to take part in some of those nicer buildings, but I think those nicer buildings were built because of the foundation guys like yourself had laid for the program. And a lot of success while you were there at Ottawa University. What's your top memory playing football for OU?
Oh, that's a good question. Honestly, just kind of the camaraderie of the team. You know, it definitely was kind of like a giant family, you know, and especially with kind of where the world's at right now, it just makes me, you know, look back and appreciate the opportunity and all the guys I had a chance to play ball with there. And you know, the whole Ottawa community and the school itself was, you know, very welcoming when I came down there and all that. And so just kind of those memories of being able to go out there and have fun and ring the bell down there at Ottawa.
Academic-wise, was there anything in particular, courses, professors, that you look fondly back on?
One thing I definitely appreciated about, you know, the academics and education end of OU was the fact of, you know, I felt like I got a little bit more hands-on real-world application of the stuff I was learning. You know, when I went to school at the University of Nebraska-Kearney, at times it felt a little bit more like just your textbook type learning, you know, like read these chapters, here's your homework, and call it good. Whereas at OU, I felt like there was a little bit more application to kind of how, you know, the stuff you're learning is going to be applied in a real world context. And so that's something that I definitely appreciated.
And that's a big selling point right there. Besides the athletic programs and the success that they have, even though it's a smaller environment, it's an environment where you do get that kind of activity. And do you think that that's helped you build to where you are today?
Yeah, definitely, 100%. I think, you know, they kind of being a smaller class setting and all that stuff, it kind of forces you to put a little bit more work into, you know, your coursework and all that stuff. And, you know, with some of the kind of programming of the classes, you know, it helps you work in groups and all that type of thing where, you know, obviously in the case you're very heavily with group work and all that stuff. So, you know, there's a lot I learned at Ottawa that, you know, was very applicable to the real world job scene and all that stuff. So that's certainly something I appreciate. I feel like I got as much academically out of my time there as I did athletically.
So then after Ottawa University, you went overseas, you played in France, had a lot of success over there, won a national championship. What was that experience like?
It was fantastic. It was hard to kind of put into words. You know, I think one thing I really appreciated is I kind of got the opportunity to kind of be an ambassador of the game over there. You know, there's it's similar to kind of soccer here in the U.S. where it's not quite as popular nationally, but at the same time there's a very strong dedicated following, and so, you know, over there you had a lot of tremendous young athletes that were just itching to learn the game and learn the ins and outs. And so being able to kind of share my knowledge and wisdom with them of, you know, teaching receivers routes and all this different stuff and just small techniques and all that is something I really enjoyed. It kind of gave me a chance to step back and just kind of appreciate the game a little bit more and have, you know, some fun playing and all that stuff, but also at the same time help grow the sport internationally. And so it was a fun experience. You know, hard to beat. You know, as you mentioned, had a lot of success on the field, which has helped kind of make that a more enjoyable experience, but also just having the opportunity to live in a different culture and experience, you know, how people live life, you know, in the south of France. It was something that was super cool. Coming from a small town in Colorado and, you know, small college football and all that stuff, it was definitely a situation I didn't expect myself to be in, but something I was very fortunate and blessed to have the opportunity to do.
Was there a Bobby Adamson fan club in France?
You know, I don't know about that. I will say, you know, it's my little brother actually went over and played for 3 seasons after I did, and there were several times where, you know, he was referred to as Bobby's little brother and stuff like that. So poor guy just can't get away from that. But no, I had some pretty decent success there. I think, knock on wood, I think I hold a good chunk of the passing record still for France, and so, you know. It was a small tight following there, but real dedicated fan base and all that stuff, and so it was fun.
So after your playing career was done, you come back to the States, and you get hooked up with the Kansas City Chiefs. Tell us how that came about.
Yeah, definitely. So prior to coming to Ottawa, I was going to school at the University of Nebraska-Kearney, and I was majoring in sports management there. I had finished my business administration degree at Ottawa, but had all the coursework finished on the sports management degree end of things at Kearney, and all I had left was an internship. And so after I got back from playing overseas, I kind of took a shot and ended up getting hired for an internship with the Chiefs. So, my goal was to be able to finish that sports management degree, knowing that I wanted to get into the sports business end of things. So I kind of, it was a right place, right time. Ended up doing an internship with the Chiefs in the finance department, so crunching numbers and doing all that fun, exciting stuff, and did that for 6 months, and then ended up getting hired on full time, which was awesome. So I'm certainly very appreciative of, and actually was an accountant for the Chiefs for about a year. Did that, and then currently now kind of moved over into corporate partnerships end of things, and managing a lot of our corporate marketing and advertising accounts. And so it's been a little bit of a transition, but definitely a pretty cool opportunity.
A lot of responsibility on your shoulders there with that, but it's got to be exciting.
Oh, 100%, yeah. Especially, right now with the success of the team, and obviously Pat Mahomes helps that. The team is now kind of growing to be more of a nationally known team. As far as, in the past, kind of was more of a regional, local team, and now there's a lot more national eyes and all that stuff. So timing-wise, it's fantastic. It's a great opportunity. The organization is just top-notch, and the Hunt family is, just great to be able to work for. And so, these companies that are looking to do kind of advertising in the sports marketing realm and all that stuff, the Chiefs are a great platform to kind of get their marketing initiatives out there.
Well, Bobby, thank you for taking time to talk with us here today, and obviously we'll work to keep in touch and try to get you on more. I mean, you're just up the road, so there's no reason to maybe break down some OU film or something.
Yeah, definitely. I'll bring the Super Bowl ring with me when I come down there, and we can hash over some film.
That'll work. It'll be more jewelry than I've ever seen. So
that's all right. That's part of the fun of it.
Bobby, thank you so much for this interview, and good luck with everything continuing forward.
Sounds good. I appreciate it.
That's what's happening now with Bobby Adamson. We'll take a break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves Halftime here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
Kramer Pharmacy knows that right now it's all about safety and convenience. Hi, this is Laura Hibberts reminding you that you can park out front and call 242-0240 and we'll bring your prescription out or pick up your written script to be filled. We also want you to know about our new Saturday hours from 9 a.m. to 2 p.m. You can still get the same weekday service from 9 to 7, and if you still aren't ready to get out and about, you can always take advantage of our free delivery service. Kramer Pharmacy open 9 to 7 weekdays and Saturday from 9 to 2 at 134 South Main in downtown Ottawa.
Napa know-how.
Get all the quality parts you need at your locally owned Napa. Because right now, when you order from Napa online, you can pick up curbside at your local store in just 30 minutes. Or get your order delivered direct to your door with free one-day shipping on over 160,000 quality parts when you spend $35 or more. Quality parts delivered quickly and safely. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating stores, standard ground shipping and exclusions apply.
Back here as we get ready for the second half. Let's get you some KCAC scores real quick. It is Kansas Wesleyan in front of Friends 28-7, but Friends is about to kick a field goal. Tabor is in front of Southwestern 21-14. McPherson in front of Sterling 32-19. Kick is up from the Bulldogs, by the way, and it is good. So it is 28-10. Kansas Wesleyan in front of Friends. And Bethel in front of Avila 21-14. So a couple of surprises there, Casey.
It's like, whose line is it anyway, Bob, in the KCAC? The points don't matter. No, you just throw it all out. I mean, Sterling was picked, second or third? Mm-hmm. They're down to McPherson, who is starting a new quarterback tonight. Ed Crouch graduated. Sterling also starting a new quarterback. That Friends is battling with K-Dub. Tabor on top of Southwestern. As usual, the KCAC never ceases to amaze. Avila looked like they were in control up 14-6, and that Bethel team, Bob, they are looking at hardware this year. That is a ball club that is just on a mission and has played above their talent level. Last season, we saw them come here and win on a blocked extra point. this conference is up for grabs, and if Ottawa can put it together, which maybe you find some things out this week, you put it on Sterling next week, and then you go to Salina and just see what happens.
You never know in this conference. It'll be the Aggies to kick it off from right to left here in the second half as the lights are on. Clouds starting to come in from the north.
That is the north, Bob.
That is the north. The north. We're tied at 14. Casey might have some other scores to pass along to us here in just a second. Royals and Pirates are tied at 3 apiece. Kick is away. It'll be taken far side of the field. That's going to be Snell with it up the hash marks. He's across the 20, 25, and he'll be wrapped up at about the 31, but Braves will have good field position to start the second half.
So far, the kick return game has been pretty good. You had the one that dropped you at around the 15. Otherwise, 2 good returns. Some other national scores. Dorda, the GPAC, defeats Midland. Dorda, I guess that is a GPAC matchup, 22-14. Hastings all over Dakota Wesleyan, 45-7. Waldorf defeats Maryville in a shootout, 50-40. Kaiser all over Florida Memorial, 62-0. Remember Kaiser, Bob, that's a very good ball club. Could compete for a national title this year.
Santerling will be in shotgun, man in motion from far to the near side. They're going to hand it off. That's going to go to Curtis. He goes around the corner far side, but he's only going to get about a yard, maybe 2.
A fierce stiff arm, though, to just come away with positive yardage on that play. They sent Snell in motion with a little play action, tried to go short side with Curtis. Panhandle seen it a couple times. I just want Sanderling, Bob, to keep it one time. I'm sure Kay has got it queued up. I'm not sure Sanderling maybe not 100% feeling comfortable taking off with it, but they are really keying on Curtis.
Gain of a yard up to the 32, second down and 9. Foose in motion, far to the near side. 2 backs into the backfield. Santerling will dump it off. That's going to be caught here on the near side by Snell. Across the 35, up to the 40, and dumped on his head at the 43 here on the near side.
Snell has a lot of speed, and that time OPSU just couldn't find him. He was hiding behind his tight end, Greg McMahon, leading the way, and enough for a first down.
Gain of 11.
And Foose down here on the near side, Bob, looks like he's stretching out his calves.
Shotgun for Santerling, man in motion near to the far side. Again, 2 backs into the backfield. Santerling in trouble. They're going to say that was a fumble. It was recovered by Ottawa, but his arm was going forward when he was hit, so.
An all-out blitz, too, and Ottawa's got a player down in the middle of the field.
That is something you don't want to see because the Braves' offensive line is not exactly really deep.
First time we get to see Michael Amayo Jr., probably the most improved wide receiver on this group a year ago, out there to replace Dylan Foose. The receiver position, Ottawa is pretty deep, but Amayo, 6'1", 231, a senior out of Bonner Springs. Trying to get a number on who is down, but you mentioned it, Bob, not a lot of depth at offensive line, maybe 6 or 7 players available total.
Left guard Joseph Ayers, the 6'2", 326 freshman from Clarksville, Arkansas. He's going to come off on his own power. We'll keep an eye if maybe he's able to get back in.
Well, the local product, Jonathan DePriest, the redshirt freshman from Lewisburg, listed second on the depth chart. We'll see who actually comes out there. I believe that's actually Madrid Still, Bob, that moves to the left guard spot, the freshman from Madisonville, Louisiana.
Tailback will be Curtis behind the quarterback Santerling. 2 receivers far side, 1 to the near side. Hand off, Curtis goes right into the line, bounces off, looks to go, take it outside, big stiff arm. He'll pick up some positive yards. Here's a late flag, another one coming in.
And that's going to be for an illegal cut block down the field on Jaquez Snell, and adding a little more insult to injury here. Braves are going to be well back, and see if OPSU decides to just decline it and take 3rd and long.
That was only going to be about a gain up to the 38, so a gain of 2 as it stands, but we'll see what happens here, and it looks like they're going to take the penalty. So an illegal block in the back. So that'll move the ball back to the 28.
Not a lot of plays in the book here for Kay at 3rd and 25. I think just try and pick up 10 or 15, give you some room to punt the ball.
13 minutes to go, third quarter. Curtis will be to the right of Santerling. Two receivers to the far near side. They'll dump it off. It'll be caught. That looks to be Davis, but he's not going to go anywhere as the Aggies had that wrapped up really quickly. Gain of 2 to the 30.
Second time Ottawa's run the tunnel screen, and it is gone for nothing.
And nowhere near.
The short side has not been forgiving to the Braves when they've decided to pull that play out of the bag.
So it'll be 3rd and 23. Shotgun, nobody in the backfield for Ottawa. Santerling steps up, looks, throws, fires over the middle. That's going to be caught. Davis at the 46 of Ottawa. That'll get him across the original line of scrimmage. The Braves will have to punt, though, but that is a gain of 16.
15-yard dig route by Davis pays the price, but gives some room for his punter, Corrales, who's already had one down inside the 10-yard line. Need another one here. And OPSU looks like they're going to bring the house.
One back for the Aggies. And that looks to be Connor Perkins. Bad snap. Oh, no. Corrales in trouble, and he's going to be brought down at the 20 of Ottawa. A low snap
from the freshman, Hayden Ingman. Braves have 2 freshman deep snappers, and Ingman had done a good job up until that point, but really nothing Corrales could do. And special teams has cost OPSU up to this point. Ottawa makes their first blunder.
Ottawa's special teams had really played pretty well so far this evening up until that point. And now it'll be 1st and 10 from the 21 of the Braves as the Aggies offense comes back out. And coming out now is going to be Cumbie. He'll hand it off. They'll try to take it again. Right side of the line between the tackle and the guard. And that'll be up to the 18 for a gain of 3.
Garcia in on that tackle. Valverde had really been stopped for the majority of the first half. Had one gain at the end of that half that's given him some confidence, running differently over his last 3 carries.
2nd and 7 from the Braves 18. And a nice little pitch and catch there by Cumbie on the slant route. That one's going to be caught by Brown at the Braves 6-yard line, and that'll make it 1st and goal. Gain of 12 on that pass. Handoff, trying to bounce it outside. That was Valverde. And that's going to be a loss of a yard back to the 7.
Aggies tried to go quickly there, and nothing going. Isaiah Veal, Garcia there for the stop.
Now in at tailback, Jamarian Jones, 3 to the far side. They're going to go corner route in the back of the end zone, but that was not going to be anywhere near catchable as that one was well over the head of the receiver, Brown. Incomplete. It's 3rd down. And Casey, we saw a lot of issues with 3rd down in that first half. And coming into the second half,
Ottawa's given up 186 total, but it's been a balanced attack so far from the Aggies. 107 through the air, 79 on the ground.
So it'll be Cumbie shotgun. He rolls out, wants to keep it himself, ducks. He's going to be dragging several Braves with him, and he'll be brought down just shy at the 2.
Yeah, they've got him listed at the 2, but should have been stopped in the backfield, and the big man carried his way in, and we're going to see that heavy package head into the game as Palacios is down on the ground.
Well, and I was going to say, Casey, on 3rd down, Oklahoma Panhandle State, 5 of 11 tonight. So 5 opportunities this Braves defense has allowed Oklahoma Panhandle State to convert, and they're 1 for 2 tonight on 4th down, as Palacios is going to be able to come off on his own power.
But Ottawa's so thin at linebacker, I don't even know at this point who you go to. Samad Ali will come out there, who is a former safety who's played corner tonight. Ottawa going to go small. Heavy set again for OPSU, bringing back those 2 defensive linemen to lead block.
Jones in the diamond formation. He's going to go jump pass. It's picked off by Ottawa.
Jalen King gets the interception. Receiver was open, but King just baited him into the throw, and a big break for Ottawa.
Well, Oklahoma Panhandle State tried to get a little too cute with the jump pass, and the Braves force another turnover. That's the second of the night by Oklahoma Panhandle State.
Foose back into the game for the Braves. Looks to be, well, helmet's still off, so Michael Amayo will head out there.
So a big play there. The Braves will take over at their own 20, 1st and 10.
It's been a long time since the Braves have put a drive together.
2 receivers far side, 1 to the near side. Quick little slants to the tight end, who's dumped on his head at the 25, a gain of 5 after 1st and 10 from the 20.
Good to see McMahon get involved, even if it's just a 5-yard hitch route. He can break it open. Probably the best hands on this receiving corps.
They'll give him 6 to the 26. 2nd down and 4 from the 26 of Ottawa. Santerling will hand that off, trying to cut it to the far side, getting away across the 35, the 40, cross midfield at the 35, the 30, and forced out of bounds. What a run there on Davion Randall.
His first carry of the night, Bob, the 5'8" junior from San Pedro, California, by way of West Los Angeles Community College. And Randall looked like he was going to lose 3 yards there, popped out, reminiscent of another number 2 that used to play here, Dexter Hayes.
What a lightning run there. And it looks like maybe at times there is an injured Brave over there. And is that Randall? Or that?
But he was pulling away from defenders on that play. Once he got into stride, I mean, he was bulleting down that sideline. And if that ends up being his only carry of the game, that's what you would want. Is Ottawa's had a pretty good night running the football overall. Curtis is 8 for 48, but no other player has really been able to step up running the ball. And Randall up on his feet. Ottawa, probably the deepest running back core we've seen in 5 or 6 years, have 4 or 5. We haven't even mentioned Santino G. Bob.
No.
Who went for over 100 yards against Kansas Wesleyan a year ago. We've mentioned him on the special team side. He's blocked 2 punts.
That one run there by Randall, well, if this would stay where it's supposed to be, it was 58 yards. 1st and 10 Ottawa, nobody in the backfield. Slant route, incomplete, lots of contact. Here come the flags.
And the defender is down behind him. They were looking for Davis on a slant route. And that is a smart play by the defender to go ahead and pull him from behind, as Davis would have walked into the end zone.
Good run there by Santerling. And
Foose checking back in here.
Casey is my eyes of the world when it comes to football. Thank you so much.
Well, and in this press box, it's actually better to call a game during the day, I think, as you get a little bit of a reflection off the lighting.
I think we need to get some mood lighting.
We might have to do, but hey,
some dimmer switches.
You're the voice, Bob. You tell them what you want.
Well, you know, first of all, having a title of the voice is a little way too much not true. But if you're going to call me that, that's great. I'm not going to, I can't force my way on anybody. I'm just happy with this new setup here at Advent Health.
Yeah, we want to make sure we thank the athletic department who has made an investment, getting us a new mixer, a couple brand new headsets. As we found out from our board op, Larson Johnson, same headsets as Mitch Holtis, correct? Is that what we found out?
That is correct.
We're doing it big time, Bob.
Doing it big time. So pass interference, that's going to put the ball inside the 10 to the 6. So 1st and goal.
We want a touchdown.
From the 6, yes we do. Santerling, one back behind him. They're going to go jet sweep. They're going to hand that off. And that's going to could have went for a big loss. They might have gained a yard there, and that looks like that may have been Randall again.
This offense right now, Bob, with the misdirection, looking similar to Sterling in some aspects, trying to get your defense moving from side to side instead of coming upfield. OPSU did a good job of keeping contained, forcing Ziegler to a short run.
It was Ziegler on the carry, and a gain of a yard. It'll be second and goal from the 5. 8:30 to go, third quarter. We are tied at 14. Now Colton Davis at quarterback. It's going to be Curtis behind him. They're handing it off to Curtis. He's going to dive forward, and he'll get across the 5 to the 4 for a gain of another yard. And Casey, this is another issue that we saw last year with this Braves offense. They could go up and down the field, but once you got inside the 20, they couldn't punch it in. You've got third and goal now, and you've got to make it count.
Well, they've moved Davis just up the hash. Look for that corner route that we saw for a touchdown in the first quarter. He's in single coverage to the far side.
So it'll be Davis far side. Santerling looks, throws, fires, wide open. Touchdown, Braves! And on the catch, that was Michael Amayo Jr.
Very similar. They used Davis as the decoy. Instead, he runs a drag route to the other side of the field. Amayo just into the flat, wide open. Sanderling delivers it. And how many times last year did we see Amayo have 1 or 2, 3 catches a game, but would go for a touchdown or a big play? And that time he corrals it in, and Ottawa back with the lead.
So Corrales now on for the extra point. And the kick is up, and it's good. 21-14, 7:44 to play third quarter. We'll take a 30-second break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Find barbecue favorites and new twists on your old favorites at Smoked Creations in Ottawa. Locally owned and operated and a proud supporter of Ottawa University Braves football. Smoked Creations, 222 East Logan in Ottawa.
Buy all your metal supplies from QSI. They not only sell steel and trim, but also windows, screws, underlayment, caulking, lumber, windows, doors, and much, much more. Visit us in Richmond or give us a call at 785-835-6100.
Braves with a nice drive there. They started at their own 20 after the Jermarian Jones interception, the pass being intercepted. And they end up going 80 yards, 4-yard touchdown pass, Eugene Santerling to Michael Amayo, and it's 21-14 Ottawa.
3 touchdown passes for Sanderling, 13-19 for 80 yards. And the 1 interception, which was really just a punt in most cases, but hard to believe, Bob, just over 4 minutes ago, OPSU had the football at the Ottawa 1-yard line on 4th and 1 and attempted the jump pass that was intercepted by Jalen King when it looked like OPSU would go up on top 21-14.
Yeah, I've got to wonder if they could have that one back, if they would have called a different play, because that turns into 7 for the Braves as Corrales will kick it away. Near side for the Aggies, it'll be Dre Davis. Over to the far side, that looks like it may be Brown. Kick is away. Oh, they're going to pooch it here. It's going to be taken by an up back at the 28, and falling down on it was Fernando Bryant II. He's from McDonough, Georgia.
Dion Williams was right there to meet him, and Williams quickly, who we've seen play safety a year ago, the 6'2" senior from Carson, California. Smart move by the returner just to take a knee there, as Williams was quickly on top of him, but I like the pooch kick.
So 1st and 10 from the Aggies 33. Cumbie will send it far side. It'll be caught. First down yardage, it looks like, as stepping out of bounds at the 44 was the receiver on the far side. That looked like it was Seth Barbarino.
Right now, the outside receiver is just basically running the corner off. The inside receiver just running into the flat for about 5 yards and plenty of space. The safeties have got to move up a little bit, giving way too much respect to the receiving corps.
Again, it's 12 there. 1st and 10 from the 44. Now Crandall in at quarterback. They're going to hand that off. That's going to go right up the middle by Valverde Jr. as he will be up near midfield.
Garcia right now, Bob, is beating his defenders so quickly that it's actually creating running lanes for Valverde.
Gain of 5 to the 49, handoff again. Oh, nope, Crandall kept it himself. No, that was a handoff there to Valverde, and it is first down yardage to the Braves 44. And now Crandall looks to throw, fires it far side. That's going to skip on the carpet, and it's incomplete. And
you wonder if Cumbie might have re-aggravated that injury from the first half.
That is a good question because Crandall is staying out there. As the Aggies trying to work quickly, 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Valverde will take the handoff. No, that'll be faked. It'll be thrown by Crandall and almost picked off by Ottawa. Intended receiver was Brown on the far side.
Johnston on the coverage for the Braves. He stuck his hand in there and able to knock it out. Ottawa going to go back to that dime set, but Ottawa has really struggled to know where the sticks are on 3rd and long. You almost wish it was 3rd and 2, 3rd and 3. This defense can make a big statement here and get off the field.
It's 3rd and 10 right now from the Ottawa 44, 6:45 to play 3rd quarter. Cumbie back out. Faces some pressure, looks, gets rid of it, caught. First down yardage at the 25 of Ottawa. On that reception for the Aggies was Connor Perkins, the junior from Port Arthur, Texas.
A transfer from Texas A&M Kingsville. Runs a dig route, single coverage with Jalen King. Great protection up front.
So shotgun again for Cumbie, 1 back to the left. 2 receivers near side. Now Cumbie will take off with it.
And he fumbled the football.
We'll see who comes up with it. The Aggie sideline is saying it was them, but it's going to be Ottawa. So Cumbie with the fumble. Another turnover there by the Aggies.
And on the strip, it looks like for the Braves, that was James Gladden, the 6'1 freshman from Platte County High School. Goes 6'1", 207. I've heard a lot of really good things about him from camp. Just chasing the play. The receiver never saw him, loses the football. And another turnover, the 3rd of the night on the Aggies.
And that'll give the ball to the Braves at their own 18 with 6:20 to play. Ottawa in front, 21-14. Neither team has had more than a 1-score lead here this evening. Braves trying to break that here if they can. Tight end for Ottawa, McMahon will be in the backfield, more for blocking. That looks like it's going to be David or Curtis behind Santerling. They're going to hand it off to him, but he'll be tripped up as he tries to go through the line. No gain on that one. 2nd down coming up.
And Curtis tripped himself up. I believe that's actually Dalen Johnson, Bob. Hard to tell sometimes with these numbers. Looks to me to be a 9.
I think you're right, Casey. That is going to be Dalen Johnson.
Who it's hard to tell. He's dropped over 15 pounds from last year, now under 185, was rolling around 200 last fall.
2 receivers near side. They're going to send it out near side to Foose. Makes a man miss as he spins, but the second man's not going to miss. That'll be across the 25 to the 27. That'll be a gain of 9. It'll bring up 3rd and short.
Santerling's bread and butter is the mid-range passing game, which with this current receiving core fits perfectly, and he's able to get it out in the flats to Foose again and get close enough for a 3rd and short.
3rd and 1 from the 27 of Ottawa. Handoff, that's going to be Johnson. He's got some room, spins around. He's got first down yardage as he crosses the 35, and he'll be stood up at the 37, but enough to move the chains, a gain of 10.
Could tell the legs still there for Dalen Johnson. Really picked it up towards the end of last season, had a couple 100-yard games as the Ottawa went with that 2-prong attack last year with him and G. But Johnson, realizing he's had minimal carries, breaks through the initial arm tackle and gets out into the 2nd level.
Tabor and Southwestern tied at 21. Here it's 21-14 Ottawa. 1st and 10 Ottawa from their own 37. Shotgun Santerling. 2 receivers far side, 1 to the near side. Stop and go, wants Davis. Hands on the receiver.
Had a hold of his jersey. I'm surprised they're going to say it was uncatchable.
Field judge over here, I believe that's what they're going to say, but
yeah, Joshua Sullivan was beat on the double move here to the near side and reached back, grabbed Colton Davis's jersey, but that ball was just thrown about 5 yards too far. You put that in the vicinity, you make it a tough call for the official.
Well, that should have been a hold, not pass interference. They're going to hand it off this time. Dalen Johnson will gain a yard as he goes up the middle from the 37 to the 38, and now we'll have third down coming up and 9.
Braves with 165 yards of total offense. OPSU eclipsing 240 on their last drive before coughing the football up. Look for McMahon here, Bob. Maybe get to the middle of the field, just sit down right at the sticks, or looking for another dig route here from Foose or Davis.
Foose, Ziegler in the slot far side.
And the ball never got snapped.
And should be a penalty against Ottawa.
Everyone moved except for the center. Yeah, it should be a false start or offsides, but everyone moved except for the center contra.
Well, we expected
delayed snap is what they're going to give the call here.
So that'll be a loss of 5. Back to the 33 on that penalty. We knew we would see some rough play at times here being the first game.
Now you've got 3rd and 13. We haven't seen Ottawa complete too many passes over 10 yards.
4 minutes to go, third quarter. Sanderling, one back to his left, 2 receivers stacked to the far and near side. Sanderling looks, throws a dart, caught by Davis, spins around at midfield. He's into Aggie territory, and that'll be up to, they're going to mark him at the 49, but I think he got up at least to the 47 before being brought down.
Davis has to come out of the game. Bob lost his helmet. Just worked his way up the seam, broke it off right at the sticks. Was able to spin past one defender and get across the 50 into Aggie territory.
Gain of 14. It'll be 1st and 10 Ottawa from the 48 of the Aggies. Ball between the hashes, right on the O of the OU logo. Shotgun for Sanderling. Looks, throws, fires, wants a man. That was a Mayo. And we're going to have a flag.
And Sanderling absolutely smoked by DeQuan Charles. From behind, I think there's going to be pass interference in the secondary, but Sanderling never saw Charles.
Field judge comes in to talk also to the officials.
I wonder if they're going to talk and see if this ball was tipped. Just because of how Sanderling got hit.
It is our first official Zebra Conference, Casey. We now have 5 officials discussing this one at midfield.
Well, Ottawa seems to think it's a penalty on OPSU as they've already moved all the way up to the 35.
It's a personal foul.
And a late hit. That's...
Yeah, that's a... Yeah.
Got a feel for OPSU on that one.
Yeah.
Amayo didn't even go down on that play, which, he is running around out there at around 230 right now. Can be kind of a second tight end, can take the beating when he goes into the middle of the field. I feel like the defender took more of the hit than Amayo did.
I would agree with you on that one. Sanderling, shotgun. It'll be Dalen Johnson to the left of him. 2 receivers to the far side. Tight end. No, that is Foose here to the near side. 18 on the play clock. 3:29 on the game clock. 1st and 10 from the 33. Now Foose in motion. Handoff, Dalen Johnson. Follows his block, spins, crosses the 30, and he'll be driven down and ridden down to about the 27 as we just lost some light somewhere.
Well, Edward Taylor came on the pull from his right tackle position, just a zone block him and Arnaldo Mendoza. As Mendoza was actually the one who pulled over. They've switched tackle positions as Mendoza on the right. Taylor has moved to right guard, originally the starting right tackle. As Ottawa battling the short-sided offensive line right now.
Foose in motion, near to the far side. 2 backs into the backfield. Shotgun Sanderling. 2nd and 4 from the 27 of the Aggies. That one thrown low, looking for the tight end, McMahon. Boy, if that would have been higher, McMahon may have gone to the end zone.
I think Sanderling saw 6 points, and instead of just letting it go, tried to aim it. The 2 times he's tried to aim it, one of them's turned into a duck for an interception, and then that one, McMahon celebrating in the end zone. if that's anywhere near him as it was at his toes.
Sanderling on the night, 15 of 22, 107 yards, 3 touchdowns, and an interception.
Ottawa's had success working to the far side with bootlegging Sanderling out.
So 3rd and 4 from the 27 of the Aggies. 2 receivers far side. They're going to throw it. It's going to be incomplete. Davis, a lot of contact. Hands around the head and neck area by the defensive back.
Ottawa's got to go for it here, I think, Bob. You're just outside of field goal range. And if you turn it over here, not a situation where things go poorly, but you saw a bad snap on the last punt with a freshman. This is a tough situation to put him in to snap for a field goal from which would be over 44, 45 yards.
So it'll be the tight end McMahon, Foose, and Dalen Johnson to the far side. 2 receivers to the near side. One of those is Davis. Nobody in the backfield. Sanderling in shotgun. 4th and 4 from the 27. Looking for a little slant route over through Davis, and it's a turnover on downs, and now a little bit of a shoving after the play between the linemen.
And again, McMahon right down the seam, Bob. Sanderling just kind of locking in on his receiver too soon. OPSU brought the blitz. Offensive line picked it up perfectly. Did exactly what they were supposed to do. Kay has got to be really happy with his offensive line play tonight.
That was a spot of concern for Ottawa University coming into this one. And yes, they have done a really solid job here tonight.
Crandall back out there for the Aggies for the 2nd possession in a row.
So Crandall will have a back to the right of him, 2 receivers to the far and 2 to the near side. Now man in motion near to the far side. They're going to pitch it and around to the far side. The Braves will snuff that out pretty quickly as the pitch went to Dre Davis.
Tell you what, Bob, Grant Goldman said his name several times tonight. I know he didn't end up making the final tackle there, actually ended up out overrunning the pitch man, but forced him to cut back inside to where Goldman had friends, but he is reading it well from that high safety position. He was playing on the far right-hand side. They moved him almost to just one high safety with the corners playing about 10 yards off.
Shotgun Crandall had a trouble handling the snap. He's being chased down, gets away, looks, throws, fires. It's almost picked off by Ottawa as Crandall was trying to connect with Barbarino right around the yard marker at the 30.
Schumann and Garcia apply the pressure as Colby Johnson asking the fans in the stands to make some noise here on 3rd and 10. Ottawa has gotten off the field the last 2 third downs, and Ottawa's going to have too many men on the field, I think, here.
Crandall will throw the pass. It'll be caught up to the 30, just a gain of 3.
And I think Kay is going to talk to the official. OPSU made 2 substitutions. Official is supposed to hold the football until Ottawa can make subs.
Well, nope, the official's shaking that off. I'm not sure about that.
That's a rule that was added a couple of years ago, because what you could do is basically take out a different formation, 4 or 5 players, swap them out and force the defense to make changes. So it's with the quick offenses now, you got to give the defense a chance to make a sub, and Kay not happy. But that is going to give a 5-yard penalty. Credit to Crandall though, Bob, realizing Ottawa making wholesale changes. Hurry up, snap the football, give yourself a 3rd and manageable instead of 3rd and 10.
Kansas Wesleyan's in front of Friends, 35-10. Tabor and Southwestern still tied at 21. McPherson now in front of Sterling, 32-26. Bethel has made their lead larger against Avila, 34-17. And the Royals in front of the Pirates, 4-3 in the bottom of the 5th. So 3rd and 5 coming out from the 32 of the Aggies. 1:45 left to go in the 3rd quarter. Braves in front, 21-14. Crowd cheering for the defense. Crandall wants to throw, fires near side. He's going to be short of the 1st down marker
by about a yard and a half.
That was Daly on the reception at the 36.
And the punting unit looks to be heading out. Bob, just to kind of tie the 2 games together in that Kansas Wesleyan Friends game and this game, the starting quarterback for OPSU from a year ago is playing for Kansas Wesleyan now. Had almost 2,000 yards of total offense for the Aggies. Really the only change on the offense from a year ago, but very mobile. We'll see him here in a couple of weeks, but he has played sparingly, 3 for 4. Their other quarterback, Isaiah Randall, 9 of 11.
So it'll be Lopez on the punt for the Aggies. Foose will be back at the 32 for Ottawa. High kick, fair catch called for at the 33. Foose dropped it, but he got it back.
Lost it in the lights for a second. And that wind is full the returner for OPSU in the first half. Very similar spot. Saw him fall backwards and make the catch, and Foose undershot it and had to reach out for it with the hands. Maybe one that you maybe let go in that situation. It wasn't going to be end over end. It was going to die there, but at least he was able to fall on top of it.
So 48 seconds left to go here, third quarter. It's Ottawa in front, 21-14. Sanderling out. He'll be in shotgun. Curtis will be the tailback behind him. 2 receivers set to the near side. Tight end switches from near to the far side. Single receiver to the far side. Handoff. Curtis wanted to juke. He'll get up to the 35 for a gain of 2, where he'll be brought down.
First half, Bob, that took just about an hour, and this one's starting to mow down, but a long third quarter about to come to a close.
So it'll be 2nd and 8 from the 35 for Ottawa. It'll be Colton Davis here to the near side, and it looks like Curtis will also split out to the near side. 2 receivers to the far side, empty backfield. Now Curtis is going to take the pitch, gets away from one would-be tackler, lost his footing, and that's a huge loss.
That play has gone for at least minus 20, minus 30 yards the last 2 times Ottawa has run it. The snap from Contra above the head of Sanderling. In a situation like that, I think Sanderling's just got to try and boot out, get what you can, and not avoid a huge loss, which Ottawa will start the fourth quarter at 3rd and 16.
We'll take a 60-second timeout. Ottawa in front of the Aggies, 21-14. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
This is Eric Price, Funeral Director at Lamb Roberts Funeral Home in Ottawa, Baldwin City, and Overbrook. We're proud to be involved in the communities we serve and support the youth of today because they're our leaders for tomorrow. Lamb Roberts Funeral Home, providing compassionate care when you need it most.
No matter the brand, Adams & Brothers can prepare your home comfort system for the cold Kansas winter ahead. Call them today, 785-242-9273. Adams & Brothers, maintaining your comfort for over 30 years.
Let's get back to business with Local IQ. Get the power of a national expert marketing team combined with deep roots in 260 communities, making them the partner you need to jumpstart your journey to full recovery. Results matter now more than ever, and Local IQ provides uniquely engaged local audiences, industry-leading technology, intelligent creative design, deep digital marketing expertise, and insights from partnering with hundreds of thousands of businesses nationwide. Talk to Stephen Bradley, your Local IQ marketing expert today at 785-242-4700, extension 108.
3rd and 16 for Ottawa from their own 27 as we start the fourth quarter. 2 receivers both sides. Sanderling wanted Davis, and it was thrown behind him incomplete, and the punting unit will come back out.
Probably a good thing it was behind Davis is 2 defenders, the starting corner, Antonio Vaughn, the senior from Detroit, Michigan. If that's anywhere near Davis, it's an interception. But Corrales at least is going to punt with the wind at his back for the first time since the first quarter.
Time beginning to become an issue here for both teams as we're into the final period of play. Corrales will punt from the 13 of Ottawa. Bad snap. He's going to get it away. It's going to be touched.
And that should be Ottawa ball, Bob. That bounced off of an OPSU defender who tried to pick it up and run, then lost the ball.
But the line judge has already pointed in front of OPSU.
They're going to say he didn't have full possession, but he picked that ball up and started to... Either way, Corrales just tried to punt it left-footed. But the snap hit an up back.
Royals are up on the Pirates 5-3 now in the bottom of the 5th. Runners at 1st and 3rd.
And Bob, it's Crandall again. I don't see the starting quarterback Cumbie on the bench on the far side. But maybe, at this early in the season, always worry about cramps with the legs.
Shotgun Crandall, he's going to pull it out of his running back's bread basket. He's going to get across the 15 and brought down to about the 14. That's going to be a gain of 3 on first down.
And someone potentially down on the far side.
Looks like the Brave who made the tackle,
which was Dion Williams, was over there. Jacarl Davis quickly onto the field. Freshman will come out there and get back to corner. But Ottawa's defense, Bob, is, when we look at the final time of possession, 34 minutes currently for the Aggies, just 21 for the Braves. And at some point, you're going to break when you've been on the field for that long.
Well, and your defense right now is being asked to do a lot right just with this drive after that bad punt by the special teams. It's now 2nd and 7 from the 14.
You're giving an offense who right now doesn't have their starting quarterback some life. And the defense, again, going to have to step up and make a big play. Only gave up 3 yards on that scramble from Crandall, which... but Leland McKinney out there has played tons of reps. Same for Jacob Garcia. They've actually moved Garcia more into a deep defensive tackle or out defensive end position and rolled Colby Johnson down.
Crandall with the back to the left of him. 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Looks, throws, fires, has a man. That's going to be Barbarino. He overshot him as Barbarino had beat his man into the end zone.
Williams on the coverage. Maybe some miscommunication. Looked to be cover 3, which would have been Jacarl Davis's man. Williams actually came from the backside safety spot to try and cover Barbarino, as he had about 5 or 6 yards between him and Dion Williams.
They just carted a Brave off the sideline to a backboard. Not sure who that was. Crandall's going to sling it out here near side. That's going to be in.
And that is a fumble.
And the Braves have it. Another turnover by the Aggies.
That's Jacarl Davis, Bob, who picks up the fumble.
So Crandall with a bad backward pass. And now Ottawa's offense has to get something together here to try to lengthen this lead with 14-13 to play.
Oh my, that is actually Colby Johnson who picked that one up.
And the gold chain around the neck of Colby Johnson. We talked with him with our player profile this week. And he's made a big play here. Ottawa will start at their own 23, 1st and 10. Foose in motion near to the far side. Shotgun Santerling. 2 in the backfield. Santerling looks, throws, fires, wants Foose. It's caught across the 40 and brought down at the 42 of Ottawa. They're going to mark him at the 41. Foose, he's going to come off limping just a little bit, but what a catch.
A dart there from Santerling. Able to beat the corner in coverage, Stolivan.
Gain of 17. Single receiver to the far near side. And they're going to hand that off. That's going to go to the running back,
Javon Randall.
He gets up to the 45 for a gain of 4.
Absolute pancake by Arnaldo Mendoza on a little crackback block for the senior from Corpus Christi, Texas. Did not play a year ago, Bob. They definitely missed him at that tackle position. Would have been a big help, and coming in shape, has been here for a few weeks. A guy, that could be an all-conference player for them, was a preseason all-conference selection.
So it'll be shotgun for Santerling. 2nd down and 6 from the 45 of Ottawa. Randall will take the handoff. He's going to be lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage there for no gain.
Dalen Johnson will check in for Randall. Johnson, a pass-catching running back. This was a spot last year where we saw Kay use that flare screen with his tailback. Went for big gains at times a year ago. OPSU's defensive line has really picked it up, stopping the run in the second half.
So shotgun for Santerling. 2 receivers stacked near side, 1 to the far side. Sanderling looks and looked far side the entire time. It'll be dropped. That looked like it was a Mayo who he was going after.
It was a Mayo, and Sanderling just, if he goes to read number 2, Dalen Johnson here in the flat, which I know it's game 1 for Sanderling, so Kate's trying to keep it simple, but when he watches the film, he's going to be really happy with where the second and third options are at. And again, protection is there. Sanderling can look to his deeper routes in that situation, just kind of rushed it. And Amayo's got to make that grab.
Well, the disappointing thing here is the Aggies have given the Braves plenty of opportunities to lengthen their lead. Right now, just one score as Corrales will get the punt, rugby style, kick it far side. Fair catch called for by Barbarino inside the 25 at the 22. But Casey, with 12:32 to go, you feel like the Braves could be up more with the opportunities that the Aggies have given them.
No doubt about it. Realizing you're bringing in a new quarterback, you lose Connor Kagi, all KCAC player who was in the spring league just back in April, played in the NAI Senior Bowl, was the MVP. That's hard to replace, especially for someone that's been in the playbook for the last 2 years. Sanderling has been here since school started, but you've got to try and keep it simple at this point, and Ottawa should have converted a couple times.
Crandall will keep it himself, goes right up the middle. First down yardage across the 30 to the 34.
Coleman finally makes the tackle. Ottawa's got to remember to play gap responsibility as he blew through the A-gap.
Crandall will keep it again this time. He will be lucky to get back to the line of scrimmage at the 34.
And he is so feisty, Bob. He was dead to rights, about 4 yards behind the line of scrimmage, broke through the original tackle from, I believe that's Palacios, who's back in the game now. But Crandall not going to quit here.
3 receivers near side, including Brown, one to the far side. Crandall wants to throw, has a man, it'll be caught. Coming across the middle was the wide receiver, Daly. He will get up to the 40 and up to the 43 before being forced out of bounds. It'll be 3rd and 1.
Don't know if this is 4-down territory for the Aggies, but look for the read option here yet again with Valverde, who we haven't called his name a whole lot here in the second half.
11:30 to play, Braves in front, 21-14. Crandall with the back to the left of him, which is Valverde. Crandall's going to keep it as he pulled it away from Valverde. I don't think he got it. He's going to be close.
Official on the near side has it. Far side has him short, and they're going to give him the first down.
It is a first
down. The second effort was enough to get him near the 45. That big offensive line for the Aggies starting to wear down Ottawa's 3-man front.
Well, this Braves defense has been on the field a long time. Crandall pistol look. Valverde will be to the left of him now. It'll be just a straight shotgun. Crandall is going to get away. He was going to be sacked. He's in trouble. Now runs here to the near side. He's going to throw it.
What a play.
It is caught. What a great job by Crandall to keep the play alive. First down yardage in the Braves territory to the 42 on the reception, Dre Davis.
Oh, Leland McKinney thought the play was over, just stopped. Crandall kept the play going. I think Ottawa's got to burn a timeout here, Bob. Just get a reset, get a breather, a lot of hands on hips. Eclipsing over 40 minutes of possession now for the Aggies.
Gain of 13, 1st and 10 from the Braves 42. Crandall wants to throw. He's in trouble. That time he's going to be brought down at the 49.
Jacob Garcia has had enough. Him and Isaiah Bill made it the quarterback. But the Aggies going with some deep routes. Crandall hasn't really shown the ability to throw it 30, 40 yards down the field. His receivers all having to jog back from, you don't have to pick it all up on one play here. They've had success with the medium range, and they've gone away from those flat passes that really gashed the Braves through the first 3 quarters.
Loss of 8 back to the 50. 2nd down and 18. Crandall rolls out, looks, throws, fires, and that'll be too far in front of the intended receiver on the far side, Dre Davis. But even at that, if he would have caught it, it wouldn't have gone for very far.
Veal right at his face, and I think Ottawa, there's going to be a stoppage of play here. Capron will come off, and we'll see James Gladden come into the game, a speed rusher. Has already had one forced fumble. but it can be a guy, I think, going forward that can be a dangerous player on this defensive line.
Twins to the far side, twins to the near side. 3rd down and 18. Crandall gets away. He's brought down for a sack.
Isaiah Veal. That one has been coming for the last 3 or 4 plays. Blew right past the right tackle, Bird. Came from the backside, and Crandall never saw him.
Loss of 3 back to the 47 of the Aggies.
Ottawa does not have it, and Foose finally going out there.
Lopez will kick from the 32 of the Aggies. Foose will be right around the 20. 9:15 to go in this one. 21-14, Ottawa is in front. Kansas Wesleyan in front of Friends, 42-10. Braves special teams has blocked a couple, but that one's going to get away. Foose is going to let it go. It bounces inside the 5 and into the end zone, so a touchback.
Best punt of the night for Lopez. Unfortunately, just took a big hop at around the 10 and rolled 5-6 yards into the end zone. But even if Ottawa doesn't score here, Bob, you have to pick up a couple first downs. Your defense is gassed.
Yeah, you got it. I would say if you could take off at, well, it's hard for me to talk right now. That is also for other conditions. But anyway, 4 minutes. If you could take 4 minutes off this clock, that would be huge right here.
Well, just get yourself near the 50-yard line. Allow Corrales some space. I mean, a touchdown is the ultimate goal here, but find a way to pick up some first downs.
Sanderling will hand it off right up the middle. Goes Curtis. He'll plow across the 25 up to the 26 for a nice gain of 6.
You see the defender shaking his head after the play as Jaquavion Daniels again goes for a ride as Curtis loves him a little contact.
Going to be 2nd and 4 from the Braves 26. Ball at the near hash. 2 receivers far side, 1 to the near side. That's going to be Davis again. He's going to be close to the first down as he takes a couple Aggies with him. Well, they'll give him to the 29.
And if there was a time for Eugene Sanderling to keep the football, it is this play right here. As there is an Aggie down at around the 28-yard line.
Southwestern is in front of Tabor, 28-21. McPherson in front of Sterling, 38-26. And it is Bethel in front of Avila, 34-24. And of course, the Royals right now 6-3 in front of the Pirates in the top of the 6th.
Sorry, Bob, to interrupt. Some other national scores: Southeastern a 34-0 lead over Ave Maria with 11:26 to go in the 4th quarter. That one was looking to be a close one tonight. Morningside and Northwestern, no score yet at 7 p.m. Nothing like having your number 1 and number 2 teams in your conference playing week 1. But not like the GPAC. Mid-America trailing William Penn up in Olathe 30-13, 9:25 to go in the 4th quarter. You mentioned all the KCAC games. Only other game going on, as we do have a couple finals out of the Sun. Warner over Weber International, 24-17. Dickinson State, a final over Dakota State, 26-14. And then Hastings over Dakota Wesleyan, 45-7. But it's nice, we were talking at halftime with Chancellor Kevin Eichner. So nice to just have football back.
If there's one thing I think everybody right now needs is something to divert their minds from everything that has gone on this year. And this is so nice to have this. As now it's going to be Sanderling under center, 3rd and 1, and Sanderling with no problem pushes across the 30.
He lost the ball, Bob. He didn't come up with that, and that is a big break because he looked like he caught that football up before he was down. Several of the OPSU players pointing, and the corner here on the near side beside himself that wasn't rolled a fumble. Big break. I can't blame Antonio Vaughn for being upset as Sanderling coughed that one up.
2 receivers to the far side, 1 to the near side. Pistol look. They're going to hand that off, and Curtis is going to be eaten alive by the Aggies back at the 29. So that'll be a loss of a yard.
OPSU just committing 9 players to the box right now. You've got even the corner is shading in 3 to 4 yards. I mean, they have 1 high safety 20 yards away from the play. No one else in that vicinity.
Ziegler and a 2nd receiver, far side. Single receiver near side. Snap was a little awkward, but it was Sanderling who got it. Catch by Colton Davis. Makes a nice little jitterbug move at the 35. He's able to get 4 more yards out of it up to the 39.
And probably the biggest third down of the game right here. With 7:10 to go.
Braves on the night are 7 of 15 on third down. 7 minutes to go, 21-14. Good thing is, Casey, this defense has got a rest. Has got some rest here. Santerling shotgun. They're going to hand it off. That's going to be taken by Curtis. He's got first down yardage across the 45, and he'll be up near the 49, but there is a flag. This one's going to come back.
Holding on the right side of the line. Maybe on the tight end, McMahon. See what the official has to say. Curtis lost his helmet too, Bob, so not only do you get called for holding, but you get your first string running back out of the play on 3rd and long.
Curtis on the night, 60 yards, longest run of 33. This is going to push this ball back to the 29. It's going to be a loss of 10.
And have to be careful here. And even with third and we're looking at 3rd and 11. I mean, 9 guys within 5 yards. And Ottawa's going to take it. Or is this Ottawa's timeout?
Oklahoma Wesleyan called the timeout. They'll take their first here.
Oklahoma Wesleyan. OPSU. It's all right. Maybe one day, Bob.
Yeah, you know.
We'll get the Eagles up here to play a little football.
Hey, it's first game for us. 6:42 to go in the game. Braves in front, 21-14. We'll take a 30-second break. You're listening to Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM. KOFO.
It's never too late to become who you're supposed to be. However, sometimes you may need a little help. Ottawa University can get you there. Their faculty and staff are dedicated to preparing graduates for a lifetime of significance. With dozens of degree programs, including accounting, engineering, human services, and marketing, as well as graduate degrees in business administration and education, Ottawa University will prepare you for whatever or whoever you want to be. Don't wait. Get started today. Find out more by visiting online at ottawa.edu.
3rd and 11 coming up for Ottawa. 6:42 left to go. 21-14 Braves in front. Casey, I would agree with you. I think you got to play it safe, but you got everybody playing within about 5 yards to the line except for a safety.
They're bringing pressure right up the middle.
So now 2 receivers here to the near side. Santerling looks, throws, fires, but he short-armed it to Davis. That would have been first down yardage.
And he had him. Davis, great out route, right at the sticks. Defender was left in his shoes at around the 50. And Santerling, I think the pocket disappeared on him, couldn't step into his throw.
But I think the positive out of this one right now, Casey, is the defense did get some rest. And we'll see how that affects them coming up as Corrales will punt it from the 15. Snap, good this time. Rugby-style kick, angled to the far side. It'll be taken by Connor Perkins at the 44 of the Aggies. So good field position for them with 6:31 left to go. Casey, if Oklahoma Wesleyan was to add football, I think that would really help this conference out. You would get an extra playoff spot, but you also could maybe move into a divisional format too.
Exactly. It helped with travel. You hit the nail right on the head. Going to what the Heart has now with the North and the South Division. Play a couple crossover games a year, but the Eagles ever to decide to bring it on, it'll help the conference all around.
Crandall will hand that one off as that'll go to Valverde, and he goes flying through the air as he is tripped up right at midfield, but a nice gain of 6 on first down.
Johnson on the tackle, and Valverde is going to take a breather.
I would too if I had my legs spin around like that through the air. 2 receivers to the near side. One of those is Brown, one to the far side. Hand off. No, it'll be Crandall keeping it. Bubble screen. Braves are able to snuff it out for a loss of a yard. That was intended, it looked like, for Perkins, the wide receiver.
Devin Johnston right off the block from the receiver on the far side. Beats him, almost beats the ball to the receiver.
So a big third down play coming up here. 3rd and 5 from the 49 of the Aggies. 5:40 to go. Braves in front, 21-14. Crandall now directs the running back, Jackson, to his left side. 3 receivers near side, 1 to the far side. Crandall just takes off with it, but no, he's going to be stopped behind the line for another sack, a loss of a yard to the 48.
Freshman Jensen Riffle stays at home. Might have been on a spy there, was right with Crandall, and wasn't fooled on the QB draw.
Great job there. And the Braves will get off the field here on 3rd down, which has been nice to see here. Some success on 3rd down for this defense will certainly help the confidence. Matthew Lopez will punt from the 33 of the Aggies. Braves will have one back at the 15. It's blocked again. Braves look to pick it up and do. 25, 20, and down at the 19. As picking it up for Ottawa University was Jermaine Ziegler.
3rd block punt of the night. Special teams comes through again. And it could have been 2 or 3 different guys who blocked that kick. It might have been Santino G, Bob, that if he just blocked his 3rd kick, we might be looking at a record. I believe Donald Anderson held it originally with 2. We'll have to check with SID Katie Tooley. But I don't think anyone has ever blocked 3 kicks in a game.
Throw the hats onto the field, the hat trick possibility here.
And it is Santino G.
4:41 to play, 1st and 10 for Ottawa from the Aggie 18.
Chance to put it away.
Johnson will take the handoff, spins off of 1 tackle. He'll move forward to the 20, and he'll pick up, or excuse me, to the 15. He will pick up 3.
Braves is now over 100 yards rushing. 228 total, 126 through the air, 102 on the ground. Hasn't been pretty at times, but here in the 4th quarter, they've been able to burn some clock.
Foose here to the near side. 3 receivers to the far side. That's going to be Snell and Davis. They're going to hand it off again. That's Johnson inside the 10, still on his feet, forced out of bounds at about the 6 or the 7. Great run there by Dalen Johnson.
Johnson just showing his patience, letting his blockers lead the way. Out there for the Braves was Madrid Steele from that left guard position. He came in after an early injury to Joseph Ayers. Little smaller, but has good speed and got out in front pulling. And Johnson just put his hand on his back and said, "Lead me to the promised land, big man."
Gain of 9. It'll be 1st and goal from the 6 here. 3:30 left to play. 2 receivers far side. Now man in motion from far to the near side. And now a timeout called for by Coach Kessinger as the play clock was running out. So let's go ahead and take a break here with 3:28 left to go. Braves in front, 21-14. 30-second timeout. You're listening to us on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
This is Craig Dingle of Dingle & Son Mortuary. All of our locations sell monuments. We have talented people who are experts in bringing your ideas to life to help you create the monument you envision. The possibilities are unlimited.
Dingle & Son Mortuary, 785-242-2323.
Safe, secure, strong. We're rock solid. Kansas State Bank. A better way to bank with community people you know. Member FDIC, Equal Housing Lender.
3:28 left to play. 1st and goal from the 6 coming up for Ottawa. 21-14 is your score.
Bethel leading in the 4th quarter, 34-24 over Avila. Kansas Wesleyan well on top of Friends, 49-10. That one just went final. And McPherson still leading Sterling, 38-26. The Warriors will be here in Ottawa next Saturday for Ottawa to start its KCAC slate.
Probably not what you want to see them coming off of a loss, but maybe it bodes well for next week's game. Santerling, man behind him is Johnson, man in motion from far to the near side. Hand off Johnson, finds a gap, makes a man miss, dives over the pile, and he will get up to about the 4-yard line with a gain of 2 on 1st down.
First time we've seen the triple option out of the shotgun from the Braves. Santerling and Snell, after Snell came in motion, pivoted back to the far side. I think going forward, Bob, that second option is going to become part of the playbook. now that you can throw that in and have so much speed, whether you throw in Ziegler or Snell in that slot spot.
So Davis along with Snell here to the near side. Foos to the far side. It's going to be Curtis to the left of Santerling. And they're going to hand it off to him on second down and goal. Touchdown Braves as Curtis goes to the right side of the line and cuts back into the end zone.
And Curtis deserves that one, Bob. He has put in the work tonight as he is now, that was his 14th carry, averaging almost 5 yards a carry on the evening, 63 total yards and a touchdown. As the running game up over 100 yards. I know it's just 2.5 yards a carry, but has gotten the tough yards when needed, and that might have closed it out.
Crowless on now for the extra point. The junior from San Jose, California. The snap is up. The placement is good, but he misses it wide right. So 27-14 your score. Ottawa in front with 2:43 left to play. We'll take a 30-second timeout. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
It's never too late to become who you're supposed to be. However, sometimes you may need a little help. Ottawa University can get you there. Their faculty and staff are dedicated to preparing graduates for a lifetime of significance. With dozens of degree programs, including accounting, engineering, human services, and marketing, as well as graduate degrees in business administration and education, Ottawa University will prepare you for whatever or whoever you want to be. Don't wait. Get started today. Find out more by visiting online at ottawa.edu.
The Braves are on the board after a 4-yard touchdown run by Derek Curtis. 27-14 as the extra point was missed, but a huge touchdown there for Ottawa University as that gives them some cushion here and now puts a lot of pressure on this Aggies team to try to get something going here with just not a lot of time left and down by 2 scores.
Also more points off of turnovers. Braves have scored 14 off of those 3 blocked punts.
Crowless will kick it away. 2 back for the Aggies. It'll be angled far side. Be taken at about the 12. And that looks to be Dre Davis, who goes up the hash marks on the far side. He's going to get up to about the 25 and will go no further as a wall of black shirts was able to bring him down.
Kick coverage has been good tonight. Had some issues in the punting game, but you can work on those things with a freshman deep snapper. But they did not let either of those punts that were muffed early on turn into points. Both of those became turnovers as this defense has forced 4 of them.
Brown here to the near side along with a second receiver. 2 receivers far side. Crandall looks to throw. That's going to be caught by Barbarino. He's across the 30. And he will go out of bounds at about the 33.
Carl Davis on the coverage. Braves trying to keep everything in front of him with 2:30 to play.
They'll mark him at the 34. That'll be a gain of 9. It'll be 2nd and 1 from the 34 of the Aggies. Crandall wants to throw again, wants to fire, finds over the middle, caught at midfield into Braves territory, across the 45 and down to the 33 here on the near side. And as on that catch for Oklahoma was Connor Perkins.
And Jalen King just went down, Bob, holding his right leg.
Not a good sign that you want to see there. That is a gain of 23, if my math serves me correctly. Coach Kessinger is talking to the official over here. And
can we just find a way to not make it a close one, huh?
Yes. I'm not sure what he's discussing.
The clock, he was asking about why the clock wasn't running. I know he was forced out of bounds, but the clock has to start running at some point.
Coach K not happy with what he was told.
But 2 quick big gains for the Aggies. We still have 2 timeouts remaining. Braves with 2 as well.
2:13 left to play. 27-14. Crandall will have Valverde now to the left of him. 2 receivers to both sides of the field. Brown is here on the near side. So is Barbarino. 1st and 10 from the Braves 43. Crandall in the pocket, now scrambles here to the near side, looks, throws, fires, caught at the 35, the 30, down to the 25, still on his feet to the 20, the 15, the 10, the 5, touchdown! Deshaun Brown.
And boy, that missed extra point.
43 yards.
And Crandall again creating, had pressure in his face, booted out to the right side.
And when you thought that the Braves had got themselves some room,
now you got to try and defend an onside kick after this, which with 2 timeouts, and OPSU needs to get someone on the field here, clock running. If they have to burn a timeout, this would be killer.
8 on the clock, Lopez, the left-footed kicker. 4 on the clock, kick is up, kick is away, and it is good. 27-21, Ottawa in front. Minute 46 left to play. Let's take a 30-second timeout. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Join Macy's in support of Girls Inc. throughout the month of September. Here's how you can help. Make a donation today at Macy's.com and also give back when you shop at any Macy's store. Round up your purchase amount and donate your extra change, up to 99 cents, to Girls Inc. Your donation will help fund life-changing mentoring experiences to inspire girls across the country to be strong, smart, and bold. Make your donation to Girls Inc. today at Macy's stores and Macy's.com/Macy's Gives.
Back here with a minute 46 left to go at Advent Health Field. Vegas and Dallas in the NHL playoffs tied at 1.
Hey! How about those Stars, huh?
Royals in front of the Pirates 6-3 in the top of the 7th. Braves in front by 6, 27-21. But what a pass by Crandall to Deshaun Brown. 43 yards later, this is a 1-score game, and now the Braves have to defend an onside.
They've made it interesting. Deshaun Brown broke 2 tackles and was able to get out into the open field. Had some good blocking. As we'll see which direction they decide to go with the onside kick. Looks like to the left of the kicker, Lopez.
We're going to talk with head coach Kent Kessinger when this one is done. And a great job by Ottawa University to field the onside kick to the far side, as that was a bullet to the up back there. The Braves will have it at the 47 of the Aggies.
And I don't think Ottawa can just kneel it at this point with 2 timeouts remaining. Braves really need 1 first down to finish it off. Up by 6, and ball security.
Ball security will be key here. Braves have done a pretty good job here tonight. Just the 1 turnover on the pass by Santerling. So now 2 receivers here to the near side, 1 to the far side. Santerling with 1 back behind him. McMahon, the tight end, moves from here to the far side, now back to the far side. As they'll hand it off to Curtis. He's going to lose a yard back to the 48.
Ran about 4 seconds off the clock there with 1:38 to go.
And the Aggies will take a timeout. So 1 left for Oklahoma Panhandle State. Braves have Sterling next week, as we mentioned. Well, as Casey mentioned. That one will be a 6 o'clock kick also. We'll have pregame for you at 5 o'clock. And I do believe next week, just to give you a heads up, our player profiles will feature Jacob Garcia and Jalen King. We'll also talk with Clarence Anderson at the half for Where Are They Now. We'll also talk with women's basketball coach Tarnisha Scott during the half. So things to look forward to besides the game next week.
Men's and women's basketball starts practice this week, Bob. Finally finished with conditioning. They can start and get ready for basketball season.
So it'll be 2nd down and 11 from the 48. Handoff Curtis, following a blocker, bounces it outside, 45-40. He gets away from a would-be tackler, but he'll be brought down at the 39.
And Bob, are we starting to see a star emerge in that offensive line? Madrid Steele just sent a defender Lasimba Young, 8 yards rolling backwards. And he is smaller than some of the linemen that they had, but in the past, he's about the same size as a Max Brown type player that tends to excel in an offense like this.
It'll be 3rd and 2 from the 39, 60 seconds to play. First down here may seal the deal. Davis will be at quarterback. It'll be Curtis to the right of him. High snap. Colton Davis will keep it himself. He's going to push forward, but he will lose a yard back to the 40, and a timeout called for by Oklahoma Panhandle State with 42 seconds left to go.
I think you got to punt this. With 42 seconds left and a freshman quarterback still back there with Casey Crandall, you got to punt this football. Make him go at a minimum 80 yards. But if you turn the football over here on downs, I just feel like it's too early in the season to try and go for it here. But in the past, I mean, I'm not the one with the headset on, but I would feel much better putting my defense in a situation where they have to give up 80 yards with no timeouts and 42 seconds to go than 60.
Well, we've seen Corrales, who's been able to get it inside the 10. If he can pooch it a little bit, maybe try to coffin corner it, you could maybe do better than that, than having to
And I also understand why Kay would not want to punt it, considering you've had one punt one snap that was sailed over the head of Corrales and the other one that hit an up back, which is what he will say in postgame. If no matter what happens here, that will be the question.
Well, but that's a fair judgment there, because this is a key moment in this ball game. If you try to go for it here and you don't make it, it's anywhere from 60 to 63 yards that the offense for the Aggies have to go to. And with Crandall, we've seen him tonight make some plays that with his feet, keeping plays alive. It's such a tough call, and they are going to go for it.
Jermaine Ziegler, Bob, will run on here late. Look to see him go in motion. That triple option could definitely be in play.
So it'll be Davis at quarterback. It's Curtis to his left. 42 seconds left to go. 4th and 3 for Ottawa at the 40 of the Aggies.
I think they're asking for more time to be put on the clock. 44.
Now, no timeouts left here for the Aggies. If the Braves get a first down, they only have to run one more play.
I don't know why. Official signaled for 44. There it is. And Kay is going to use a timeout.
And so 44 seconds left to go. Let's go ahead. We'll take a 30-second timeout. 44 seconds left to play. 27-21. Ottawa in front. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Join Macy's in support of Girls Inc. throughout the month of September. Here's how you can help. Make a donation today at Macy's.com and also give back when you shop at any Macy's store. Round up your purchase amount and donate your extra change, up to 99 cents, to Girls Inc. Your donation will help fund life-changing mentoring experiences to inspire girls across the country to be strong, smart, and bold. Make your donation to Girls Inc. today at Macy's stores and Macy's.com/Macy's Gives.
Big play right here. 4th and 3 coming up from the 40 of the Aggies. 44 seconds left to go. Braves up 6, 27-21.
Feels like it could be an all-out blitz situation. Try and get to the edge. They're going to overload the middle of the field. Dalen Johnson will be the tailback. And again, Colton Davis at quarterback.
Michael Amayo to the far side. 2 receivers here to the near side. 4th and 3 from the 40. Davis drops the ball. It's picked up by the Aggies. And worst case scenario. Now you've got a coach running onto the field here.
Unbelievable.
Wow.
And a team that struggled for wins a year ago. You're just not used to being in this situation. And you had a 2-score lead. And now you put your defense, who has now been on the field for upwards of 40 minutes, out there to try and make one more big play. They've created 4 turnovers.
Two receivers both sides of the field. Crandall faces some pressure. Now he's going to run with it. He's going to go out of bounds at the 49 of Ottawa with 34 seconds left to go. Braves, you got to watch because they sent everyone back, but you got Crandall's legs.
I'd be okay with that, though. 34 seconds remaining. He ran off almost 8 seconds. He does that again. We're under 30.
2nd and 5 from the 49 of Ottawa. A touchdown wins it with an extra point. 2nd and 5 from the 49 of Ottawa. Crandall in trouble, gets away from pressure, looks, throws, fires, has a man wide open, overshoots him, incomplete.
Ottawa's defensive line right now just getting no pressure on Crandall.
The intended receiver was Connor Perkins. He had his man beat.
Dion Williams was, you're exactly right, beat off the jump there.
So now 3rd and 5 with 27 to play.
Some heavy legs on this defense. 3rd and 5.
Crandall with the back behind him.
Take that, Jalen King in on that coverage.
3 receivers far side, 1 to the near side. Crandall is in trouble. Keeps the play alive, rolls out to the far side. He's going to go out of bounds at the 42 with 16 seconds left to go. 1st down yardage.
This kid has gutted it out after coming in relief for starting quarterback Cumbie, and he will continue to use his legs for the young man from Winfield.
Absolutely impressed with Crandall here tonight with the way he has kept plays alive. 1st and 10 from the Braves 42, 16 seconds to play. Pistol look, twin receivers both sides. Crandall faces pressure again, rolls out here to the near side. He's to the 40, 35, he's out of bounds at the 33 of Ottawa with 8 seconds left to go. Gain of 9. No, they're going to give him, it's going to be a gain of 8.
Ottawa has 1 timeout left. I'd take it right here.
8 seconds left to go.
I think you've got to take it. I'm going to let it play out.
Brown here to the near side along with 2 other receivers, single receiver far side. Crandall takes off again, looks, throws, fires. It's going to be caught inside the 20 at the 15, but the game's going to be over as that was to Chris Daly, and the Braves will hang on for the victory. No time left on the clock. And of course, with COVID rules here, the officials will now leave the field. Oklahoma Panhandle State will follow suit, and then it'll be Ottawa who will leave the field. But the Braves pick up a 27-21 win. It wasn't easy, it wasn't pretty, but the Braves were able to do it. And they are 1-0. And Casey, just to let everybody know, we talked about this during the pregame. This is Ottawa's first win at home as a home opener since August 28th of 2010 when they beat Baker 24-14.
I was there for that one, Bob.
Yeah, you were.
As it was last year, never pretty, but you'll take a dub. And you realize next week Ottawa will have 5, 6, maybe 7 more players. Saw some good things defensively out of the 3-3-5, but also a few negatives that you can look at the board and go back to. But seeing the score right now with Sterling giving up 44 points to a McPherson team that's bringing in a new quarterback, which maybe they're a team that's going to emerge out of this conference. But it is really open at this point, and you find a way to win your first conference game and get to 2-0. You head to Salina with a lot of confidence against a very good Kansas Wesleyan team, but I'm sure Kay will find plenty of things for this team to work on.
Braves now 3-1 against Oklahoma Panhandle State all time. We'll take a 2-minute break. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Being helpful is what Arvest Bank is all about, and part of being helpful is listening to our customers, which is why Arvest Go, our mobile app, was recently certified by J.D. Power for providing an outstanding mobile banking experience. You can easily pay friends, securely lock and unlock your cards, deposit checks, pay bills, and more. So download Arvest Go today. Arvest Bank, ready to help. Member FDIC. For J.D. Power 2020 certification info, visit jdpower.com/awards.
Napa know-how.
Get all the quality parts you need at your locally owned Napa. Because right now, when you order from Napa online, you can pick up curbside at your local store in just 30 minutes. Or get your order delivered direct to your door with free one-day shipping on over 160,000 quality parts when you spend $35 or more. Quality parts delivered quickly and safely. That's Napa know-how.
Napa know-how.
At participating stores, standard ground shipping and exclusions apply.
Have you ever wanted to learn a new language like French, Spanish, or Russian, but thought it would be too difficult and time-consuming? Then go to Babbel.com and try it for free. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. In 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel uses a modern conversation-based technique that makes language engaging, fun, and memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then, sentences gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. Babbel is created by language experts who use the spaced repetition method to help you learn quickly and remember what you learned. With Babbel, you can speak a new language. Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com, Babbel.com.
Sports, information, and entertainment in East Central Kansas. KOFO K279CS Ottawa, where keeping you informed comes first.
Braves pick up the W, 27-21 over Oklahoma Panhandle State University. Let's get you some scores in the KCAC right now. Kansas Wesleyan now rubbing the Friends Falcons' beaks in it, 63-17. Southwestern in front of Tabor, 41-21. It's McPherson now clubbing the Warriors, 51-33. Of course, we will see Sterling next week here at Advent Health Field. And then Bethel with a 10-point advantage on Avila, 34-24. And, of course, these are two teams, Bethel and Avila, who were picked to finish high in the KCAC. And right now, Bethel looking really strong.
34-24 after Avila jumped out to an early two-score lead. And just kind of looking at Bethel, 63 attempts, 335 yards, and 4 touchdowns rushing. Zach Esau has thrown 4 total passes in that game. And interesting that John Jacobs III not playing quarterback for Avila tonight. Devin Scenarios having a go there, but that's surprising considering Jacobs, someone that was only a sophomore after last year. But conference still up for grabs. Ottawa picked 7th in the conference. Don't think they are the 7th best team in this conference. I think they can be a top 3, top 4 team. You make some adjustments offensively. You're going to have to score more than 27 points, though, to compete with the K-Dubs and the Bethels of the world.
Yeah, definitely. And, of course, Kansas Wesleyan with the heavy-handedness on the Falcons, 63-17. They are the team to beat right now. But hey, you know what? Ottawa with depleted numbers here today because of things here and there, and then also dealing with some injuries, pick up the W in really a fantastic fashion, coming through some adversity, and you got to like what you see with that. We've got I'll tell you what, Coach K is going to be coming up here. Let's go ahead. We'll take another 2-minute break, and then we will talk to head coach Kent Kessinger, and then we'll get you final stats and work to wrap this one up. You're listening to Ottawa University Braves football on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
Have you ever wanted to learn a new language like French, Spanish, or Russian, but thought it would be too difficult and time-consuming? Then go to Babbel.com and try it for free. Babbel works because it's built around real life. It teaches you everyday practical conversations that you will actually use. In 15 minutes a day, you'll be on your way to speaking a new language in just a few weeks. Babbel uses a modern conversation-based technique that makes language engaging, fun, and memorable. It starts by teaching you words and phrases. Then, sentences gradually get more complex. Soon, you're practicing short conversations about real-life topics. Babbel is created by language experts who use the spaced repetition method to help you learn quickly and remember what you learned. With Babbel, you can speak a new language. Babbel, language for life. Now try Babbel for free. Just go to Babbel.com and start learning a new language today. That's Babbel.com. Babbel.com.
The IRS finally caught up with Louie.
I hadn't paid my taxes in 8 years. I owe the IRS a lot of money.
Louie was in deep trouble.
We're going to take your house, put a lien on your bank account, garnish your pay. They don't care. They're going to take your paycheck.
Louie found out about Optima Tax Relief, the leading tax resolution firm. A-plus rated by the Better Business Bureau, they've resolved over $500 million for their clients.
Optima Tax, they help me. They calm me down. They make me feel comfortable, and I trust them.
Louie has a lot to be thankful for.
I don't owe the IRS anymore, and I'm able to live a comfortable life, a lot better life. It was because of Optima Tax.
For tax help you can trust, call Optima now for a free consultation. Take it from Louie.
If you owe the IRS, don't go it alone. Give Optima Tax a call. They can help you.
Call 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269. 800-348-0269.
Optima Tax Relief.
Testimonial from an actual client. Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Braves pick up a 27-21 win. Joining us now, head coach Kent Kessinger. Coach, wasn't pretty, but fought through a lot of adversity in this one and pick up the W. The first time that you guys have won a home opener, your first week home opener since 2010 against Baker.
Oh my gosh. Wow, that's a long time. I didn't even know that. Thanks for bringing up, sticking that salt in the wounds. Appreciate it.
Hey,
Bob.
Did you win tonight?
Yes, we did. So a new streak has started.
Yes.
A new streak has started. Thank you.
Yes, I'm being positive.
Oh, okay.
Come on, man.
All right, cool.
You look touchy.
No, I'm just saying.
You guys won.
Yeah, we did. It was, like you said, it wasn't pretty at times. At times it was really pretty. At times it was really pretty offensively. At times it was really pretty defensively. At times even the special teams were pretty.
Mm-hmm.
And then there were times where they were all really ugly. Yeah, you could tell we had some freshmen in some spots, particularly, on some of the special teams and that sort of thing. And, offensively and defensively. And you could tell there's a lot of new guys out there too. But there's some pretty exciting new guys out there too. I mean, that is a nice thing to be able to have. Hopefully everybody saw the speed that we have on the field is considerably different than what it's been in the past.
Well, you talk about exciting guys out there. Derek Curtis, he finishes with 72 yards rushing. Davion Randall with 62 yards rushing himself. And then Dalen Johnson had some nice runs, finished with 33. You've got three running backs right there who showed some signs tonight that they can do some damage.
Yeah, and that's even without Reeder being in there yet. So, and hopefully he's good to go here in a couple weeks with things. But that's a nice little stable of guys to be able to run the football. Obviously, we gotta be able to branch out and do a little different things off of our run game because we were very basic, obviously, tonight.
One of the things that did impress me was the offensive line. They looked like, now obviously you're going to go through film and that, but they seemed to play really well tonight.
Yeah, when you think of it, you got two true freshmen in there. You got two true freshmen, and one of them got a little dinged up. He's kind of hobbling around right now. And then you had then you brought in a redshirt freshman to back him up. And we had a couple of redshirt sophomores and a senior. So, I mean, the oldest we had was a senior, and then you're down to basically sophomores.
Well, that was what I noticed a lot. Madrid still, when he came off the bench, very similar, a little smaller offensive line, but can move really well. That last block he had on one of your final drives, really driving guys off the ball. Very similar. My comparison when I watch him is Max Brown.
Right, yeah. He's definitely the lighter of the bunch, back there. Joseph Ayers is a pretty good football player. He got rolled up a little bit on the leg, but hopefully he's going to be healthy as we go into Sterling and stuff, because he's big. I mean, we got some really decent size. They are still learning to kind of feel each other out a little bit. They're still learning on that, and for the most part, I think that when we grade film, we're going to find a lot of things to fix, and that's what I told the guys afterwards. I go, hey, first of all, congratulations to the team on the win. But hey, our job is to find all the things that we can fix this week, because like you heard me say for years, this week to next week, biggest gains that you can make, because now you've played a game.
Well, in the depth on the defensive side specifically, you start 2 freshmen tonight, Grant Goldman and Jensen Riffle. Jensen making a big play in the 4th quarter, but Grant Goldman was solid all evening.
Yeah, he's a really good player. He's fast. He's headsy back there at the safety position. We were a little thin on defense. Today. Hopefully we got a couple guys that get cleared for us going into this next week, particularly defensively. We were fortunate to get a couple guys cleared offensively today, or yesterday actually, and so that was good. But yeah, to be able to go into the conference play for us at full strength is going to be imperative.
One group that kind of stepped up for me tonight was your special teams. Ended up blocking 3 punts. Santino G probably got a hand on all 3, and you had some special team blunders on our side, but I think those 3 punts, 2 of those turned into touchdowns for you from last year. I think that's a huge improvement.
Yeah, I think the punt return team did an outstanding job. And the punt team, it's really just getting the young guy to be consistent with his snaps, and that sort of thing. And we did Jordan Dodge made a nice adjustment to go to the rugby. It seemed like he had the tendency to push it to the right anyway, so might as well just rugby that way right now. But that was good. Our kickoff return, we had one bad choice on a fire where we should have just took it up the sideline. Actually, we should have probably fair caught it back there inside the 5. But when we got that speed back there, it's sometimes those speed guys, they have a hard time not running fast, in places. So that was good. I think our kicking, with the positions that we had on the kickoffs, our extra point, team, we didn't have to kick a field goal, but it was much better. We pushed the 1, I think, at the end. I don't know if it was, we'll have to see if it was snap hold, little bit of a push, but most part, I think that's greatly improved.
It's been a long time since you played a non-conference opponent. You get OPSU tonight. How much does that allow your team just to go out and play without the pressure of knowing that, whether you win or lose, it's a 1 in the column, W or L, and just kind of frees just for you to kind of watch and learn what this group has?
Yeah, I think it might do a little bit. I mean, we went into the game and I wanted to play Bailey Shire a little bit more at quarterback than I did tonight. But then we got to the point where we were in a position that I thought it was probably disadvantage for him to go in at that spot. And then we started rolling, get rhythm. And like I told the quarterbacks, I'm a rhythm guy. And I might have a great plan of this many series and switch this many series and switch. But once I go in a rhythm, I'm going to ride whatever horses that are back there. So that's why Derek Curtis probably got a few more snaps than Devin Randall. And Devin Randall had great yards, that sort of thing. And I tried to tell them at the end, the guys at the end, I go, we're going to play a lot of people, especially on offense. And but it was nice to be able to get those, because now I know what Dalen Johnson can do after another year. I know what Devin Randall, who's brand new to us, can do. I know what Derek Curtis can do from the running backs. I knew coming in what Dylan Foose and Colton Davis was going to be able to do. Michael Mayo, got him in a little bit. He'd been out a little bit for the last couple of weeks, so got him in. Figured out what he could do. Saw what Eugene could do for us at a quarterback spot. We got some things to shore up there. But got the chance to see these guys. And then defensively, I is so proud of how hard they played. I mean, they saved offense's bacon several times. Jalen King with the interception, headsy play falling down in the end zone, allowing us to get out, and move the ball and things like that. I mean, those are great plays that I think that we're going to be able to build upon as we go through.
Well, to me, winning this one, no matter whether it's non-conference or not, I think this really helps to build some confidence, especially the way that you were able to win it, facing some adversity. Because that to me, that is really going to help build character, especially as that season goes along.
Yeah, and the other thing is we can teach about missed opportunities too. That's another thing that we can teach, because I thought we had 2 opportunities in the first half that we should have come away with touchdowns. When we had it rolling, it was easy calling plays. When we had it rolling, it was easy calling plays, and we had the matchups and everything, and those are things that we'll be able to teach off of film. But you're right, being able to overcome adversities wherever they're at, that's going to be huge in the development of our young team.
Well, and you could see a lot of what you want out of your offense. What we've seen in previous years with players like Gimzo, Adamson, things like that. You started to feel that, and that I thought that was impressive.
Yeah, that was good to be able to see different things, being able to move in and out, but Colton back there every once in a while at the quarterback and stuff. And obviously there's more things that he can do for us back there too. We just kept it pretty basic with that. The other thing that because of all the COVID stuff that we've had to do, we really haven't had time to build our team with team building activities and get to know them. And that was the thing that I will tell you that was the best part of this sideline tonight. Was there was no yelling at each other. There was only encouragement all the way down. Everybody encouraged everybody. And that is, to me as a coach, that was the unknown. I don't know how we're going to play together. All we've been doing is practicing. We haven't had a chance to go out and spend a couple of days just knowing each other and playing a little kumbaya or whatever it is that we sometimes do. Casey remembers those days. I don't remember any kumbaya. I remember a lot of sweating and stuff, a lot of pain. And that
maybe a little bit of hustle ball in there too.
And that was just with me sleeping on the cot at night. So, but it was, it was one of those things that was kind of a forced bonding thing, and that was really good to see with our kids, is that we had that bond go for us tonight.
One player I wanted to reference real quick, Oscar Palacios tonight, a guy that has stuck with the program for 4 years, gets a chance tonight after a quick injury to a linebacker, makes some big tackles to force a 4th down, and then gets the interception to I think it was a third or fourth turnover of the night. But that's a guy that I think has really developed in your program.
And you talk about program kids and that sort of thing. It is so nice to be able to have somebody that has gone through 4 years, and that they know when you say something what you're saying. They've been there, and then to see them have the opportunity like Oscar did. We give him a hard time a little bit because he's from New Mexico and stuff, but he's a great kid, and I'm so happy for him. He got started cramping up a little bit, so he had to go in and get the fluids pumped into him. So hopefully he's doing better right now.
Now you get ready for Sterling, and right now they are down 58-40 to McPherson in an old-fashioned whack matchup. So a lot of questions with Sterling. Of course, they were picked to be high in the conference, and now they find themselves down right now by 18. It's going to be tough to kind of figure out what you're going to see next week with Sterling, just because everyone thought that this is going to be a team to look out for. Now they're down against a team who was down at the bottom part. Of course, that's the KCAC. But now you got to get ready for that, and a lot of things to work on, but a lot of positives. What do you have to do? What do you take from this to get yourself ready?
Well, we just gotta find the things that we can fix, and we can fix in a week type deal. And then, we've been able to, hopefully we'll go back and watch film and see what our strengths are. I think we did a really good job against man-to-man today with our receiving core. I think that was really good. I think that we got really good pressure on the quarterback at times. Toward the end, we didn't get as much as that I'd liked, and that sort of thing. And the little guy kind of scrambled around, but that'll be great learning for us, as we're going through. Those were positive. I think those are positive things that we can be able to build upon. And we definitely got to take care of some of the special team stuff. But you get a chance. People are going to kick it off to our guys in kickoff return. One of those guys is going to take it to the house.
Almost happened tonight.
Yeah, we had, whether it's Jermaine Ziegler, if we got Devin Randall back there, if we got Jaquez Snell, I mean, those guys got a chance to break it. So positive things there.
Well, we will talk more about this, and of course, next week's matchup with Sterling on Tuesday night, live from Primetime Grill. It'll be the Kent Kessinger Show at 7:06. Coach, looking forward to Tuesday night.
Thank you. I'm looking forward to being there as well.
We'll let you go on this one. We'll take a quick 60-second break. When we come back, we'll wrap this one up. Braves win by the score of 27-21. You're listening to us on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO and KOFO.com.
Runners to your mark. Set.
Some may see a sprinter. At the NFHS, we see a future leader already off to the races. Some may see a volleyball player.
Good hit! Way to go, girls! Woo!
At the NFHS, we see a spike in confidence that will help her achieve her potential. What else do we see? Musicians learning to march to their own beat. We're the NFHS, the national leader and advocate for high school athletics and activities in America, helping today's teenagers develop the skills they need to become tomorrow's leaders. And we see it happening in communities across Kansas every single day. Learn more about the NFHS commitment to youth at nfhs.org. This message presented by the NFHS, the National Federation of State High School Associations.
Braves win by the final score of 27-21. Ottawa University ended up with 245 yards of total offense unofficially. Oklahoma Panhandle State at 385. And Eugene Santerling, 18 of 31, 3 touchdowns, an interception, and 126 yards. Derek Curtis led the Braves in rushing, 16 rushes, 72 yards, and a touchdown for him. And then Colton Davis, 7 receptions, 65 yards, and a touchdown here this evening. Casey, as we wrap this one up here tonight, what do you take away from this one?
Take away the win. I mean, that's goal number one, I think, for this club after a 2-win season a year ago. Very happy to get in a situation where, you had a chance to close it out. You're up by 2 scores. They make a big play, unable to convert on 4th down, but your defense, which is probably going to be the rock of this team at the beginning, as you break in a new quarterback with Eugene Sanderling, or you've got Keegan McCormick, who will be eligible next week. You've got Bailey Shire. I would say this is probably the deepest quarterback group you have, and you never know, with COVID, who's going to be there from week to week, potentially. I think this is what every program in the country will deal with going forward. So it's nice to know you have 3 quarterbacks potentially you could go to. But I think the running back by committee coming in was something that everyone in this program kind of knew about, with Derek Curtis, the transfer from Jacksonville U, Devon Randall, a transfer from California, Dalen Johnson, and then as Kay said, James Reeder will be back here hopefully soon. So that running game will find its footing. A young offensive line tonight that at times was moving players off the ball. But I think there was some situations where you could see the second and third options are going to be there. As the season goes on, you really, as Kay said, he kept the offense pretty simple for Eugene today. But as you saw sometimes on that triple option, if Eugene keeps it, he's going for big yardage later on in the season. So that's something that other teams are going to have to worry about when they face this team, and a Sterling team that'll come in giving up 58 points as of right now. That could go up, as that game is still in the 4th quarter, but that defense is going to be looking for answers, and Ottawa could really take advantage of that next Saturday.
And of course, Ottawa expecting to have some players available that were not available for this evening.
At least 3 starters on the defensive side that we know of as of right now. So you're hoping, right? The NAI eligibility is always an adventure. I think just because there's so many fall sports and so many fall players in football, it's tough to get everyone cleared by week 1. Hopefully have everyone at full strength by next week. But I definitely want to reference our students that showed up tonight and our fans that showed up. That was probably the most students that we've had at a game since I can remember, probably going back to that Baker game.
Mm-hmm.
That when we had fans in the stand, or the the students that were in the end zone back in 2010. But the baseball team here in full voice, kind of leading the way, the pep band, doing everything they can to try and create an atmosphere for this group, and I think they fed off that at times.
Well, and I think that's going to be big for next week when we get with Sterling coming in, because Sterling is going to want to try to right a lot of wrongs with this week, and especially if there is a loss.
It's going to be, I mean, that's the thing with losing week 1, right, in the KCAC. You lose 2 and you're in real danger of getting not only out of the KCAC championship race, but out of the playoffs entirely. And it's hard to keep a group locked in this conference for a long time if you lose 2 games right out of the gate. So they're going to be playing with some desperation. They're going to bring energy like they always do. It'd be interesting to see with COVID and the situation if they bring like 120 or 130 players like they've done in the past to kind of create the energy on the sideline. But as Kay mentioned, his guys tonight still kind of learning how to become a team, did a nice job of picking each other up on the sideline. And I think it really started with Colby Johnson and Jacob Garcia on the defensive side. And that's where I think Ottawa hangs their hat for the first 4 or 5 weeks, which you have K-Dub in week 3, but next week I think that defense can carry you again.
Well, and I think that, I would agree with that, and that will be key. Well, that's going to wrap it up for us here tonight. We will talk with head coach Kent Kessinger on Tuesday night from Primetime Grill, 7:06 for the start time of that one. And then we will talk to you a week from tonight, again from here at Advent Health Field. We'll have pregame starting at 5 and the kickoff at 6. As we are happy to bring you Ottawa University Braves football again here on 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
And a reminder, we will have, as we are carrying all season for anyone that is listening, there will be play-by-play for all fall athletic events. So next Friday, men's and women's soccer takes on Bethany here at Advent Health Field. You can listen to that exclusively on OttawaBraves.com. As we realize no fans in the stands yet, we still want to give you some kind of atmosphere for you to listen to, so feel free to tune in. But Brave Nation, know that you'll be here soon.
Yes, hopefully real soon, if things continue to get better. I want to say thanks to Lars Johnson back at the station, keeping us on the air. I want to say thank you to the best color man, the best guy on the mic, especially in the KCAC, who is to my right, Casey Weeder, for joining us as we look forward to next week's matchup against Sterling. Braves pick up the win over Oklahoma Panhandle State, 27-21. For Casey Weeder, I'm Bob Johnson. We'll talk to you again next weekend.
We hope you enjoyed this broadcast of Ottawa University Braves football on KOFO. Brought to you by Quality Structures Incorporated, Dingle & Son Mortuary, Sutton's Jewelry, Advent Health Ottawa, and by Ottawa University, Kramer Pharmacy, Ottawa Recreation Commission, and Lamb Roberts Price Funeral Home. OU Braves football on KOFO is also brought to you by Kansas State Bank, Adamson Brothers Heating and Cooling, CarStar, Arvest Bank, the Ottawa Herald, Smoke Creations, and Bank Midwest. For more information about our OU Braves sports broadcast, visit the KOFO sports page at KOFO.com and listen Monday through Saturday for the KOFO sports calendar. This has been an exclusive presentation from your sports source for East Central Kansas, KOFO.
News, weather, sports, and the best country all day long. 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
And most of all, hope. To see how you can continue to make a difference, visit GiveWestwood.org. GiveWestwood.org.
Your source for information and entertainment in East Central Kansas. 1220 and 103.7 FM KOFO.
Birthday.